Hello everyone. I think we're live. I shall do the traditional waiting until people tell me they can hear me properly, and then we shall get on with the show. Excellent. Everyone can hear me. That's good. All right. I really should actually work on maybe getting some kind of little intro thing for the live Drydock, and an outro as well. But yeah, thanks YouTube. No, thank you. For those of you who, well, obviously you can't see my screen, but at the moment YouTube is saying, now would be a good time to insert ads. The more viewers are watching, the more money creators can earn by inserting ads. Give it a try. Basically, how long into this? We're 3 minutes in to what? No, we're a minute into the live, and YouTube's already telling me to stick ads in front of you. I don't think so. Oh dear. Right. Anyway, welcome everyone. Yes, I did not accidentally die in Australia, which is probably good for most people. And today, in honour of not particularly much of anything, we're going to be drinking something different compared to the regular Iron Brew. We're going to be drinking the absolutely wonderful Inca Cola. Unsurprisingly, found in my my mother's ancestral land of Bolivia. That's where I acquired the taste for it, and it is a really, really nice drink, although fiendishly difficult to get hold of in the UK. At the moment, it's a case of actually, bizarrely enough, having to order it from a store in France. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but anyway, lovely stuff. Right. And for those of you who are wondering, the background is variable. I mean, well, this is my background. This is the library. This is the new recording - research zone. Some of you who have seen previous live streams will have seen it before, but the background color is entirely changeable at will, but currently I have it to white. Later on, I think possibly becoming something of a tradition, as we come towards the end of the broadcast, I'll go to full general quarters, switch off the main light, and just go into red light. So, with all of that said, Chandelord, Chandel, it's imported from South America to France. There used to be an importer in the UK, but they seem to have gone out of business. Audio is clipping a bit. You may want to turn your gain down. Okay, I will do that. Using a relatively new mic, which seems to be very, very high on the gain. So that's the gain down to almost, that's two above nothing. So let's see how that does. Alan Alder says, please show the dog. I could if he's awake, but one, he's downstairs, and two, he's just come back from a long walk. So if I hear him moving around later, I might ask Mrs. Drack to see if she can negotiate the stairs and bring him up. But okay, so for those of you who haven't done this before, this is the live segment of the Drydock episode in the title, 249. So this is where we're going to answer the alternate history Patreon questions. And then once I've got through with those, we'll be answering questions from viewers in the chat. So, yes, you do spot the chibi Lexington. Now, so firstly, we'll be doing the alternate history Patreon question. So if you've got a question you want to ask in chat, wait till we get to the end of that, and then we'll head off onto your own questions. This week, we actually have, or this month I should say, we actually have about 20 of said alternate history questions, so we should get through those in relatively decent time, and then we can discuss well, some of what happened on the Australia trip, and also the upcoming US trip in September-October. So anyway, Dr. Irrelevant asks, he said, right, how much do sailors actually swear? Does the phrase "swears like a sailor" have accuracy? The answer to that is yes, very, very much so. A sailor's lexicon is extensive when it comes to cursing, and they can be extremely inventive in inventing new ones if they feel the need to, which they often do. It's a stereotype, but it's a stereotype for a reason. One of the rather more interesting references is if you've ever read King Solomon's Mines by Rudyard Kipling. During an eclipse, which the main characters know is coming because they've got an almanac that tells them it's coming, but they're going to pass it off as them blackening out the moon, and they need to cast a quote-unquote magic spell to make everyone believe that it's them who's blackening out the moon. But they know that one or two of the locals actually understand English, and so the sailor amongst them is called upon to basically curse at the moon, at which in the book he does for several minutes without repeating himself. So yeah. And yes, that is the mothership from Homeworld. Camino John says, I'm going to Japan in July, August, lucky you. What are your top 10 places to visit? This can include ships, museums, historical locations, etc. To be honest, Japan is one of those places that's a little bit opaque to me as far as locations to visit for naval history is concerned. I mean, obviously there's Mikasa, there's Mutsu's turret, there's the Kure Fleet Museum with obviously the big model of Yamato, which everybody loves taking pictures of. But apart from that and a few shore fortifications, I'm not immediately aware of the precise location of any additional naval-related historical locations. I know there are some, but I don't know where they are. And finding out where they are is actually one of the tasks on hand for a potential, well in the future, not for at least 2 or 3 years, trip to Japan. I mean, technically you could maybe go looking for Kagoshima Castle if that's still there, because that was bombarded spectacularly unsuccessfully by the Royal Navy in the 1850s. So, yeah. October Nid asks, in our history of the Third Battle of Narvik, Warspite is chosen as the executioner of the German destroyer fleet. What if instead of Warspite the choice came from the US Navy, the best selection from the extant battleship fleet, and another choice from the US Navy overall if it would be better suited? Okay, so Narvik obviously is happening at the top end of 1940, so you're not going to get any of the US fast battleships in because none of them are in service yet. So that leaves you with, the Colorados on down, of which, given that speed is not really much of an issue, and to be honest, with the extant US fleet in 1940, that it wouldn't matter if it was because they're all capable of the same speed, and given that your main opposition is destroyers, I would probably actually go down the route of, believe it or not, going for some of the oldest ships in the fleet, because everything from Nevada onwards is a 4-turret design, which is great, except that obviously you can only point in 4 directions at once. Whereas if you were to take Texas or New York, you get 5 turrets, admittedly 2 fewer guns compared to everything that's not Nevada and Oklahoma, but you have 5 individually aimable turrets, which when you're taking on multiple destroyers in a very confined environment, probably actually is a better idea. And you can carry that to a further extent and maybe even take Arkansas, which has 6 turrets. Because, let's face it, if you hit a German destroyer with the 12-inch HE, 14-inch HE, or even a 16-inch from a Colorado, it's probably not going to make the greatest difference. But the amusing value of being able to take on so many different targets with so many different turrets is there. The only caveat to that is, of course, that if you're heading into Narvik, initially you're only going to be able to engage with your forward turrets, which would limit New York, Texas, or Arkansas to 4 guns, at which point you would probably want Pennsylvania, Arizona, or one of the New Mexicos or the Tennessees, because they obviously will have 6 guns, 2 triples up front. The Colorados would only have 4 guns up front, and Nevada and Oklahoma would only have 5 guns up front. So it really depends what kind of engagement you want to see. If you want to see turrets pointing at every which way, happily mowing down targets left, right, and center, go with Arkansas, Texas, or New York. If you want to be boring and logical, then probably Tennessee or California. Bill Luster asks, much has been said on the channel about the naval battles of Guadalcanal being fought with whatever ships were available to both sides. What would be your ideal on-paper ship formation to fight a naval surface action here for each side, assuming that it or they replace one ship or division of similar ships in its fleet and opposes the historical enemy formations? I.e., given hindsight, how would you design an ideal task force for 1942 close quarters night engagement in the Solomons, and which battle could it have had the most impact on? I mean, for the Japanese, early on, you probably just want to take some of their more modern ships, because early on you have basically Chokai, and everything else is considerably older cruiser-wise. So if you stuck in, the rest of the Takao class, for example, that would significantly increase their lethality. Or if you're looking at destroyers, if you're replacing a single ship, put Shimakaze in there. Shimakaze has all the torpedoes. Or worse still, actually, at that point, maybe even stick Kitakami in there. Replace a cruiser with Kitakami, because in the early battles, especially if she's trailing in the middle or aft section of the formation, Kitakami is unlikely to be shot at, and she can just dump all the long lances into the water, which is going to massively increase the kill ratio of the Japanese forces. Not, of course, at first hour that they really need to do that much, but there it is. In the latter stages of the engagements, when the Japanese are on a bit more of a back foot, I mean, Tassafaronga, there's not really much more they're going to do better, other than, again, maybe if Shimakaze is there, they'll hit with even more torpedoes. But perhaps for the night engagements of for the first and second big night actions, i.e. Kirishima and Hiei, and then Kirishima alone, maybe replacing one of those with Nagato or Yamato would allow them to do considerably more damage and survive considerably more damage as well. On the US side of things, basically there's not a tremendous amount you can do with the destroyers. They had Fletcher and a bunch of Fletcher class there. I would say probably the best thing you could do would be to replace most of the historically extant US cruisers with Brooklyn class, because you see how well Helena did, you see how well Boise did until she got a magazine hit. So more Brooklyns going full auto with their 15 6-inch guns would do considerably more damage, and since the Brooklyns are generally newer vessels, they're much more likely to be equipped with radar, which means they are going to be able to deal out the damage at night considerably more easily than some of the ships that were present, like San Francisco and so forth, which are all well and good, but do not have radar, which is a little bit of a problem when you're trying to fight at night against an enemy who is flat out superior at night fighting if you don't have a technological leg up like SG radar sets. There we go, just moving the super chat area over to there. Bjarki Hilmarson asks, I was going to ask you if you would recommend The Wager by David Dran, but now I'll just ask if you could review it instead to tell us if it's accurate or not. So I did have a quick read through the wager, and I had a look at some of the reviews. As far as I can tell, it's a pretty fair recounting of what happened. One of the things that comes up disturbingly often when it comes to Age of Sail ships that end up in some way, shape or form going aground in the Pacific, crews suddenly go like full Lord of the Flies on each other. And then if some of them make it back, they all have very different stories. And it's the case with the wager, the vessel. It's not a pleasant story. Certainly not bedtime reading for most. But I would say, as far as I can tell from my speed read and looking at some of the reviews by other historians, I'd say I could recommend it on the basis of it's going to give you a very good idea of what everybody was claiming and what everyone was saying. Obviously, it comes to a certain degree to its own conclusions about which is the more viable, and obviously people at the time came to the conclusion about which of the stories was more likely, but obviously you can do that for yourself. Aurora asks, alternate history. Japan is convinced to send the Congos to Europe in mid-1915. So, okay, if the Congos get to the Grand Fleet, that means that however many are ready and in commission by 1916, like mid-1916, are going to be present at Jutland. So they're probably going to be their own battle cruiser squadron at that stage, because, hey, they all operate nicely together, because they are ships of the same class. Now, the fun thing at that stage, I think, is going to basically come down to Beatty again. Theoretically, the Congos are, well, actually, on paper, they are the most powerful ships in his formation that isn't 5th Battle Squadron. They are slightly less well protected than his 13.5-inch battle cruisers, but of course have slightly greater firepower. So where is he going to put his flag? I don't think Beatty can transfer his flag to one of the Congos. It still is a Japanese Navy vessel operating in conjunction with, not subordinate to, the Royal Navy. One of the more interesting issues, though, is going to be if 5th Battle Squadron is there at all. Because if the Congos are there, then you have 1st, 2nd and 3rd Battle Cruiser Squadrons. They start rotating up to Scapa for gunnery practice. That's where 3rd Battle Cruiser Squadron, which is the Invincibles, is at the time, which is why they come in with Jellicoe rather than with Beatty. Now, historically, because 3rd Battle Cruiser Squadron leaves, 5th Battle Squadron, the Queen Elizabeth, is sent down to stand in for them. If you've got a theoretical 4th Battle Cruiser Squadron made up of the Congos, there isn't going to be enough of a diminishment in the battle cruiser fleet's force, I think, to really justify sending the Queen Elizabeths down. Now, that should mean that the Congos are around long enough to be integrated into what passes for Beatty's signalling system, which hopefully would mean they would all stay together. So, on the one hand, you are going to have the German battle cruisers very heavily outnumbered right from the start in the run to the south. And, those Congo's guns are going to hit pretty nastily. The flip side is, of course, that the Congos are somewhat more vulnerable to incoming German fire than the QEs ever were. But the Germans are outnumbered from the very beginning. Conversely, there's no ride to the rescue by the 5th Battle Squadron. Conversely to that, the 5th Battle Squadron is now with Jellicoe and the Grand Fleet, so the Grand Fleet is even bigger and even nastier, which means the 15-inch guns of 5th Battle Squadron may very well be speaking in the two instances where they meet up with Scheer, and given that means they're going to have a more regular fire, not quite this sort of the very worked up run to the south, run to the north, the 5th Battle Squadron might inflict more damage on the leading German vessels than the Grand Fleet did historically. So, overall, it's probably going to work out much better for the Grand Fleet, and the Congos may even score a kill or two. Of course, there is the possibility, with only 8 inches of armour, that German 12-inch shells particularly might cause a few annoying explosions, but that's very much a coin toss. Cobra Commander asks, in part 1 of your Battle of Jutland video, you reference an opportunity that the High Seas Fleet had to engage the British battle cruisers and one battleship squadron, yes, Admiral Warrender's 2nd Battle Squadron, which would help even the odds between the Grand Fleet and the High Seas Fleet. How would the naval war change if the Germans were successful in eliminating the battle cruisers and evening the odds? So, Warrender's squadron is 13.5-inch dreadnoughts. The Germans have the firepower to take them out. Warrender, however, does have the speed to get away from all but the most modern of the German ships. And Beatty's battle cruisers, even at that stage, theoretically, are a match, or they're an overmatch for first scouting group. So a lot of it's going to come down to exactly how it all works out, because you could have a scenario where Beatty is chasing the German battle cruisers, first scouting group, not quite able to engage them at range. He calls on Warrender and says, look, I'm chasing them down, you might want to come in and help with a kill. And everybody piles into the German High Seas Fleet at the same time, which probably leads to a near total wipeout of the British forces. Maybe 1 or 2 ships from Beatty's formation, one or two from Warrender's managed to escape in the confusion, but yeah, not a lot else. If that happens, then, to be honest, the fact that the Germans have eliminated part or all of Warrender's squadron is the lesser of the two concerns, because the British still would have a degree of battleship superiority, and they would continue to increase that as the Revenge class comes online. And on top of all of that, of course, you've got the fact that the British are probably going to be doing some damage in return to the Germans at the same time. The much, much bigger problem is the loss of effectively all the battle cruisers. There'd probably be 1 or 2 left over somewhere, but without the battle cruisers, that means first scouting group can dominate the scouting elements of any engagement in the future, which means that in theory the High Seas Fleet has all the opportunity in the world to best position itself against the Grand Fleet. The only real counter the Grand Fleet would have at that point would be to detach 5th Battle Squadron and, you know, the 1 or 2 remaining battle cruisers to reconstitute some kind of fast, advanced, heavy scouting force, which would obviously further diminish the Grand Fleet's strength, which they may not be willing to do. But without doing that, they have no heavy, fast scouting force, which is an even bigger problem, which then leads you to the rather interesting conclusion that you may end up with a theoretical Jutland where 5th Battle Squadron and a couple of following battle cruisers are essentially the British scouting units, which actually probably ends worse for first scouting group if they're facing the QEs right from the start. But the flip side, of course, is that would the British be quite so eager to engage the Germans if they know that when it comes down to the actual fleet battle, the odds between the two sides in terms of numbers are much closer to even? If they do, I mean, again, this still comes down to tactics and planning, because if you get a run to the south with QEs instead, which probably actually ends worse for the Germans, and then the British turn away, Jellicoe still gets into a tactically superior position, and even with roughly even numbers, given that some of the Grand Fleet never engaged at Jutland because the line was too long, you're probably getting a roughly similar play out to the main elements of Jutland, just with fewer explosions at the beginning. But, you know, that's one line that could be taken. You know, you could also have a scenario where the higher-ups in the Admiralty decide that the Grand Fleet must absolutely have their numerical superiority, so the QEs must stay with Jellicoe, at which point, kind of referencing what I mentioned before, that at that point the Germans have the scouting superiority, and the battle is then shears to lose, because if he finds himself in a tactically disadvantageous position, then the reports from what at that point pretty much an uncontested first scouting group can tell him, and he just doesn't have to engage at that point, and he can just wait until either a better engagement zone, better engagement opportunity shows itself, or if none of them show itself, he can just withdraw. So, it could go any which way, really. Randwick 78 asks, in the early 1930s, the Royal Navy decides to make the 4.5-inch gun the standard dual-purpose main gun for its destroyers and cruisers. It develops both single and twin mounts capable of high-angle fire, and these are available by 1935. I'm interested in what effect you think this would have on the careers of the tribals during World War II. Would the lower caliber have degraded their surface combat capability, and would the Royal Navy have been tempted to use them as heavy anti-aircraft escorts rather than for surface actions? I don't think a 8 4.5-inch equipped tribal class would really degrade the surface combat capability. I mean, you're talking about a difference in caliber of 0.2 of an inch. It really isn't going to change how hard they can hit by all reasonable metrics. Now, would the Royal Navy have been tempted to use them as heavy AA escorts rather than surface actions? I don't think so. In fact, if anything, the Royal Navy might have used the tribals on detached duty even more so, because they would have been seen as, in sort of the parlance of the time, as self-escorting destroyers. Because they're like, oh no, well now we've also got a heavy anti-aircraft battery. They'll be even more effective if we send them out without air cover or cover from other major surface ships. Although obviously the engagements that they're in defending the fleet or defending convoys where they are present and have dual purpose 4.5s, they will of course be considerably more effective. And of course the thing is, if you've got 4.5-inch dual purpose guns coming in by 1935, that means that other destroyers, both the immediate predecessors to the tribals and the JKs, Ls, Ms, Ns, etc., all will also probably be equipped with this gun in 4 or 6 guns, which is going to probably have a marked impact on how many destroyers the Royal Navy loses, especially to bombers and so forth in the early part of the war, by obviously decreasing them. Whilst the twin gun mount ships, so the tribals through to the Ns, will probably be really, really in demand by the fleet for anti-aircraft fire support, I think they will also be just dispatched more generally because of their sheer firepower. And also the fact that actually the 4.5 has a slightly higher rate of fire than the 4.7, so even if there is a minor decrease in broadside weight, it's going to be more than made up with by the fact these things will be spitting shells out like there's no tomorrow. Of course, that also does raise the rather interesting possibility of, if they've decided to standardise across the fleet, so the later town class, for example, get twin 4.5s as their AA mounts, perhaps the counties, when they're refitting from single 4s, instead of going from single 4s to twin 4s, go from single 4s to twin 4.5s. You might also have the King George V's. They may just actually decide, you know what, the 5.25 is not worth developing if we've got this standardized dual purpose caliber, and you may then end up with King George V's having sort of a renowned renowned Valiant QE style 10 4.5 inch instead of 8 5.25s, which could be interesting for their defense capability. The big question, of course, then is what happens to the Dido class. Do they keep developing the 5.25 purely for the Didos? Do they make the Didos into some kind of Atlanta-type cruiser, maybe throw in a couple of extra mounts, but with 4.5s instead? Who knows? Dan Friedman pointing out the 4.5-inch fires is a heavier shell than the 4.7. Well, there you go. This is the problem when you have so many different calibers and different guns within those caliber ranges with the Royal Navy. 4, 4.5, 4.7, 5.25, 5.5 on Hood before they took it away, 5.2 on X1 before they scrapped that. The exact shell weights are all over the place. Unemployed history major asks, if Graf Zeppelin unescorted meets Lexington unescorted and with her 8-inch guns in the Atlantic, who do you think would win? And if we assume it's Lexington, what conditions would need to be present to give Graf Zeppelin the best chance to win? I think it would be Lexington, because although Graf Zeppelin has more guns, Lexington's are turret mounted and they're 8-inch, which gives them a greater radius of action per gun and a considerably longer range. Graf Zeppelin obviously having twin casement mounted 5.9s. So it's really Lexington's battle to lose. If they're spotting each other via scout aircraft or just on the horizon or maybe even with radar, I would give it to Lexington, because effectively you're looking at basically a heavy cruiser's worth of guns versus a Brooklyn or Megami style 6-inch broadside style armament, except that the 8-inch ship has a additional range advantage beyond the bigger guns from the fact they can just elevate better. But there is a fairly good possibility for Graf Zeppelin to win. The other thing, of course, is that both ships have armor, but of course Lexington's armor is much more likely to guard it at range against 6-inch shells or 5.9-inch shells than Graf Zeppelin's armor is to protect it against 8-inch. But the conditions present to give Graf Zeppelin the best chance to win essentially would amount to the battle starts at a closer range. So if it's in the middle of the Atlantic, maybe there's a really bad storm that is between the electromagnetic effects of the storm and the high seas, maybe is damaged or shorted out the radars on both ships so they can't see each other at range, and they both stumble across each other coming out of a school at close range. At that point, the sheer number and rate of fire of the 5.9s would give Graf Zeppelin an advantage, and the short range would negate the value of Lexington's armor, so it could shoot up Lexington before Lexington's fewer but heavier shots could mess up Graf Zeppelin enough to put it down. But that would be the main way I would give Graf Zeppelin a chance to win. RJ Blaine asks, my husband has an alternate history or what if sci-fi style question. A few weeks before the Battle of Jutland, a comet passes the Earth, causing machines to gain intelligence and rise up against their human overlords, a la Stephen Ling's screenplay Maximum Overdrive. The comet lasts 1 week. With the navy ships of the world working together, how much could they accomplish towards destroying humanity in a week, disrupting the war effort, and so on? Okay, that is very alternate history. If they've got a week and the naval ships of the world are working together, destroying humanity as a whole is going to be a little bit beyond their purview, because their guns can, their targets inland can only be as far as their guns will reach from the sea, or in the case of some ships, from various rivers that they can head up. Although, if they're not going to be entirely unopposed, because there will be shore batteries and stuff, but they can kind of force their way up to a fair number of major capitals, because most major capitals tend to be on or near rivers, and lay waste that way. The single biggest thing that they're going to have, though, is the fact if they're all working together, so there's no blockades, etc., they can, and you've specified navy ships of the world working together, they can go out and completely decimate the trade lanes, shoot up all the ports full of merchants and everything. So when the comet passes and everything goes back to normal, there's now essentially, virtually no major merchant fleet left. There'll be a few ships out on the high seas that were just missed, but all the concentrations of shipping in major ports, the ships that were coming into those major ports, the ships on all the known trade lanes, probably will have all been shot to pieces by these rogue vessels, which is going to pretty much immediately cripple Britain's ability to carry on in the war. without imports total, without any kind of merchant trade, basically everyone is going to be forced to grind to a halt sooner or later, and most likely sooner. Germany and Russia would be slightly less affected, but they're still going to be fairly badly affected. And obviously, who knows, if the ships know that they're going to lose sentience as well, then they could all wander off somewhere where they're not going to be found. So when they revert to just being inert metal, everyone's like, well, where did our fleets go? And then, who knows, 50 years down the line, the remnants of humanity find a vast iced-up flotilla, like the North Pole or something. So that's halfway through the alt history questions. Thomas Dudkiewicz asks, you mentioned time and again that during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, the French Navy suffered from the lack of good experienced admirals because they were disposed of by the Revolution. Let's say Monsieur Drachinifel has enough pull with all revolutionary governments to save 5 admirals and put them anywhere he wants to help the cause of France. Who do you save, and where do you send them to maximise French chances of gaining dominance of the seas? That's a very difficult one, because you see, the problem you've got, apart from anything, just saving 5 admirals isn't going to change the fact that you're still going to have to find an awful lot of captains and other officers to run the ships themselves well. But that's perhaps a slightly easier task than admirals. Now, the easier thing would be to go and look at who are the top 5 French admirals at the time that the revolution breaks out, and say, right, we're going to save them. That would be the best chance for the French Navy in the short term. But of course, pretty much all of those admirals are relatively old, which means 10, 15 years down the line, you're going to be out of admirals. So the other option would be to maybe look at up-and-coming captains, commodores, maybe very low-ranking admirals. But then you have the problem of, if most of them are killed or forced into exile during the revolution, you don't know exactly how well they would have worked out as full-scale flag admirals. And of course, the competent ones that did make it through, like Magon, are, of course, they made it through anyway, so you wouldn't want to save them, because you don't need to save them. I mean, if you're trying to do the absolute best by the French Navy, I would say probably you could pick any 2 really good admirals. It wouldn't really matter who, but pick 2 really competent admirals from the existing cadre at the time of the revolution, have them initially lead the French Navy, and then you'd have to kind of basically, not quite potluck, I guess you could research their backgrounds, but maybe take 3 up-and-coming officers and save them, so that then there can be a passing of the torch. Now, where would I send them to maximise French chances of gaining dominance of the seas? I would initially place one of them in Toulon, and continue to do that, especially because when you get the period in 1796, 1797, with the Spanish entering the war and the British essentially being forced out of the Mediterranean until you get the Battle of Cape St. Vincent under John Jervis, if you have a good, competent admiral who's consistently leading the Toulon squadron, then they can massively exploit and solidify the position of no British in the Mediterranean. The other admiral initially, I would probably put with... I would say put them with the Brest squadron. That's the one that sees a lot of the action. But you would essentially be using them as a holding pattern. The British still do have a numerical superiority in the region, but you could use that admiral to ensure that supply convoys get through without losing too many ships, and you could perhaps muster your forces, because of course the French, especially once the Spanish come in, they have a numerical superiority. So a good and competent admiral, and by 1797 you're probably also then doing this kind of passing the torch thing, you could sail a good solid squadron out to confront the British blockading forces, which would force the British to consolidate and fight you. Meanwhile, your protege takes the rest of the French vessels on the Atlantic coast, plus some of the Spanish, and heads over to the Caribbean and starts knocking off colonies left, right, and centre there. I think those would be the two main axes of attack that I would do if I had those kind of resources. Camino John, yes, I did answer that. That was, I think, the second question I answered. Unfortunately, it's not a massively detailed answer, but it's the best that I can do. But yes, it's the second question in this live stream. Thy Hunter 61 asks, you are a British admiral that has been ordered in early 1916 for an operation in 1917 to launch a seaborne landing on the Belgian coast to get behind the Western Front. Oh boy. How would you go about making a successful landing and protect the beachhead? Well, you're not asking for much, are you? This was actually an idea that was put forward several times during the First World War, and it was consistently kicked back on the basis that it would be almost suicidal. But if we are going to do this, how would I do it? Okay, so assemble as many monitors as I can get my hands on at the time. And obviously things like the Harwich Force and the Dover Patrol. Then I would... Yeah, what I would do is, you've probably seen the video I did on the Zeebrugge raid. So what I would do is, like the Zeebrugge and Ostend raids, launch a series of attacks on various German-held ports and coastal fortifications, etc. But they would be not like the Zeebrugge raid, where you're seeking to block the ports with ships and everything, but essentially relatively large but overnight efforts where you go in, you shoot up a bunch of stuff, and you skedaddle the minute that either daybreak approaches or German ships, submarines and destroyers start to be seen. I mean, you've got screening forces, but why risk losing ships? And basically keep this up for, I would say, 3 or 4 months. Because the idea is to lull the Germans into a false sense of security. I mean, as much as having ships on with 15-inch and 12-inch guns showing up off your coast and blowing you up is security. But the idea is, whenever they get reports of stuff wandering across the channel and shooting them, they're like, oh yeah, it's another raid. So if they're going to put any reinforcements into the area, it's going to be reinforcements into more coastal artillery, not reinforcements into infantry divisions and so forth. Then I would... What would I do then? I think at that point the best thing to do is going to be to identify some particularly juicy target. Let me just check the map, see what we can go for, because obviously during all this time you'll have ships going to and from France taking reinforcements to France, bringing casualties back, so the Germans won't be particularly perturbed by lots of troop ships and so forth being in the channel. But what you could do at that point, I wouldn't necessarily go after Ostend or Zeebrugge, although they are relatively small, because they are fairly close to the front line. It's relatively easy for the Germans to divert troops from the front line but to deal with the situation, and of course because they're relatively close to the UK, it's where you'd expect them to go. What I would probably do would be to go for... Now, what's this place actually called? Now, you can't go after the Netherlands because they're neutral. At which point I would probably try and go for... What's this port called? That is Zeebrugge. Okay, so the problem is, without going for the Netherlands, you are a little bit stuck. There's a very limited amount of Belgian coastline. See, the problem is I know Antwerp is Belgian, and I was hoping to go in and occupy some of the towns on the approaches into Antwerp, but it turns out apparently that those approaches actually belong to the Netherlands, so you can't do that. So it looks like perhaps Zeebrugge or Ostend is probably going to be the thing. Okay, so slight change of plans then. Don't go after Zeebrugge directly. What I would probably do is launch a significant raid on Ostend, a bombardment raid to tie up and divert German attention. Then launch your actual invasion force and land somewhat away from Zeebrugge, maybe on the eastern side, and try and attack and occupy the town, and obviously use the offshore monitors and everything as bombardment forces. Then use bring artillery ashore, etc., as well as troops, and basically try and catch Zeebrugge in an anvil. German efforts initially will be distracted by the fact Ostend is coming under attack, but hopefully by the time they realise what's happening in Zeebrugge, it's a little bit too late. You can get in, take over the German fortifications, fortify them, turn them back on the Germans. The Dutch border isn't too far away, so you don't have to worry too much about being completely surrounded, at which point the temptation would be to try and go for Bruges. I mean, I definitely wouldn't try and go for Antwerp, because going from Zeebrugge to Antwerp on foot in World War I behind enemy lines, that's never going to work. But maybe try and occupy a defensive line that runs from Zeebrugge, occupy Bruges, basically along the canal, and then form another defensive line that runs from Bruges over to the Dutch border. So you're basically occupying a kind of slightly lopsided square of territory, and you make the Germans come to you, because at that stage they have a bit of a problem, because that entire area that you're occupying is within range of naval support and gunfire. So your monitors, etc., have the ability to support all of your troops with gunfire support. And if the Germans don't come after you, you can send out scouting and raiding forces to take out their supply lines and communications lines. And if they do come after you, you're diverting attention from the front. So yeah, that would be my... If I was forced to do it, that would be the way I'd do it, but I'd really, really rather not. Alternate historian Turtleduck. If in late 1913-early 1914 the Ottoman Empire bought from Germany, say, a couple of dozen U-boats, how much damage could they do to the British Navy during the Gallipoli campaign, and how much mischief could they cause in the Black Sea against the Tsar's navy? Assuming that they're well operated, in the Black Sea they could cause quite a bit of havoc, because, especially early in the war, there basically isn't much of a anti-submarine capability unless the submarine happens to come to the surface, at which point you can try and shoot at it. But, depth charges in 1914, 1915 are yet to be developed. There's obviously no such thing as ASDIC, so the only thing you can do is dodge torpedoes if you spot them quickly enough. In the Gallipoli campaign, that's going to be a bit more difficult, purely because of the strong currents you get in the Dardanelles and how shallow it is. I mean, it was a difficult problem for the British and their allies, the Australians as well, sending in subs. The currents and the shallows basically either claimed as many subs or caused as many subs to be claimed as anything else, and Ottoman U-boats coming the other way would face similar issues of either, exhausting their batteries, fighting the current and having to come to the surface where they could be spotted and shelled, or possibly being swept beyond their control, past their objectives, and ending up ashore, aground, or in areas they'd really rather not be. Of course, the ones that do get through, kind of like the opposite, the Allied submarines that did get through into the Sea of Marmara and into the Black Sea, would cause a fair bit of havoc. The other problem that the Ottoman U-boats would have possibly be running into their own mines, which would be a bit embarrassing. So, of the two, although they could do damage in both, I would say they're probably more likely to cause more damage and suffer less casualties operating against the Imperial Russian Navy in the Black Sea. Nick Brodar. Instead of conducting the Doolittle raid, Enterprise and Hornet are present at Coral Sea. How would 4 carriers affect Coral Sea, and what ramifications would it have on Midway? So I don't think there'd be huge ramifications on Midway, because of course the Japanese do lose a small carrier at Coral Sea historically, and the 2 fleet carriers they have present are Shokaku and Zuikaku, who, because of various damage to the ships and air groups at Coral Sea, aren't at Midway either. So the lineup at Midway of Akagi, Kaga, Hiryu and Soryu isn't going to be changed. But 4 carrier air groups at Coral Sea stand a much better chance of hitting Shokaku harder and hitting Zuikaku period, and potentially either sending them into repairs for longer or sinking them, which would deprive the Japanese of their 2 best carriers going forwards. There is, of course, a small chance that, obviously, historically, you lose Lexington and Yorktown gets very badly damaged. There is a small chance that the Japanese strike groups with more targets to go after might hit more targets, which could cause problems for the US at Midway if, say, Yorktown, Enterprise and Hornet all are badly damaged and have to be patched up and rushed out. But the more likely scenario is it means that the various air groups have a bit more experience, which means hopefully you won't get the flight to nowhere from Hornet at Midway, and everybody else, as I said, has a bit more battle experience with how to fight the Japanese, which may then lead to, well, it's difficult to imagine it being a better outcome at Midway. Maybe that means Hiryu gets hit as well in the first wave. But I think having the 4 carriers at Coral Sea is probably going to have much, much greater ramifications, not so much at Midway as it is going to have in the Guadalcanal campaign, because if you deny either for longer or permanently the Japanese access to Shokaku and Zuikaku, well, that's their 2 main carriers for the Guadalcanal campaign, for Eastern Solomons and Santa Cruz, which is, yeah, that's going to be a problem. And if you can hear barking in the background, that sounds like Floppy has awakened. The Rogue Chief asks, in honour of your 250th Drydock, which was of course the week after this one was released, imagine you've been transported a quarter of a millennium, so 250 years, back to the Royal Navy circa 1773. What type of ship are you hoping you're on? Which jobs division? And posted to which squadron or station, and why? North Atlantic frigates. And I mean, at my age, wouldn't necessarily want to be enlisted. I think at my age, I prefer to be an officer, which would mean I'd probably need to be a commander. So a commander in a frigate is probably going to be in command, actually. So basically I would hopefully be in charge of a frigate on the North Atlantic station. I don't want to go near the tropics because I'll probably catch a horrible disease. And yes, okay, I'd have modern vaccinations against some of them, but not all of them, and why risk it? So, yeah, whereas in the North Atlantic, I get to go after various prizes and so forth in weather that's a little bit more clement. Hang on a second. Yeah, Floppy is apparently being a bit mischievous. We shall see. So the problem is at the moment the staircase is absolutely chock full of books, which have arrived while I was away in Australia, and books that I was given in Australia, so it may be a bit dangerous to try and carry them up. Also, there's a ton of stuff down here. What can I do? Probably can't switch cameras. I'll try. I'll think about something. I'll try and think about how to get Floppy up here while I'm answering questions. Verata Victrix asks, assuming a World War II VT fuse could be adjusted to detonate near an 18-inch shell as compared to an aircraft, what size of shell, if any, would be needed to make a battle-impacting difference to the performance of Yamato in a duel with a US battleship by deflecting 18-inch shells or impeding their penetration capabilities? Or would fire rate and luck be more practical than relying on a larger detonation? So basically trying to intercept the 18-inch shells. I'm not sure it could be practically done, because the shells are coming in so quickly. Fire control systems, I mean, they're coming in relatively speaking straight, but fire control systems of the time are going to have a lot of trouble, if not be impossible, to track things coming in at that speed and provide decent fire control solutions. And anything that has a fire rate quick enough to throw shells up in the way, which basically would be at most things like 4.5 or 5-inch anti-aircraft guns with a proximity fuse and detonation. Bearing in mind these shells are shells that are designed to smack through, multiple inches of steel armor. Detonating a proximity fuse warhead ahead of them and then having a bunch of small steel fragments ping off the armor-piercing cap is probably not going to do all that much. If you're really lucky, you may rip a flange in the windscreen, which might destabilize the whole thing and send it off course. But you'd have to be exceptionally lucky, and I'm not necessarily sure it's actually within the fire control capabilities of the guns and the fire control systems at the time. So yeah, it's one of those things that on paper might be possible, but practically speaking, it's going to be a 1 in a billion shot. Right. I've just thought of something. So give me 2 seconds. I will duck off screen. I'm going to have to move a few things around because I've just been working on a few bits and pieces which are in the way. Now, let's see. This was probably going to go horribly wrong, but I will go and try and get Floppy to come up here. No promises as to whether it will work. So I'm going to have to carry him.
scoop under your elbow in towards you. Elbow towards you.
Oh, you're heavy. Heavy boy. You are a heavy, heavy lump. Say hello to everybody, Floppy. Good grief. He's a bit bemused because we usually bring him up here for a bath, so he's not really happy about the idea. Can you see everyone?
Very confused.
He's very confused. Right, I'll let you go. You okay getting him back down? Careful. Ah, good grief. He is a large doggo. Yeah, I should have angled the camera down a bit. Maybe one of these days the weather will be good enough. I might run one of these live streams downstairs. That will be much easier to see him. But to answer your question, he's not a wolfhound. He's close, though. He is a deerhound. If he was a wolfhound, I don't think I'll be able to lift him. He's already quite the chunky boy, despite the fact he is 5 months old. He's going to be big even for a deerhound. Now, back to the questions. Leslie Mitchell asks, would HMS Hood's planned refit stop the below-the-belt shot theory, which you believe was the cause of the explosion which sank Hood at Denmark Strait? Maybe. It's difficult to say because they weren't planning on extending Hood's belt further down, which, you know, and the length of the bow wave, the crests and the troughs, that's all a hard formula. So the refit of Hood isn't really going to change that. If they fitted Hood with a bulbous bow of some kind to reduce the amplitude of the bow wave, that might solve it, because it would mean that there's not so much of a trough, which would mean the shell doesn't have as easy access to things. But there's no indication that they were going to do that. So under the sketches that they had for Hood's refit, I think probably the things about that refit that might stop a below the belt shot from either happening or from destroying Hood would be either the fact that Hood with much better fire control might already have started hitting Bismarck, which might throw off Bismarck's aim, force it to do things differently, and thus the shot doesn't come at that particular, few seconds window where the ship is really vulnerable. Alternately, it might also change the ship's draft, and if the ship's draft is different, then of course it's going to be sitting differently in the water, which might affect the flight path of the shell. They might have rearranged and rebuilt the magazines, because of course it's the 4-inch mag that goes up first. So if that is either a better protected magazine or the magazine has been relocated, then a hit in that area might not do anything anyway. Even changing the torpedo defense system might have an impact, because the torpedo defense system as it existed was a bulge full of these crush tubes, whereas if they change the profile and shape of the bulge and they make it more of multiple bulkheads, etc., that might slow down, change direction, or initiate the fuse on the shell and change the things. So yeah, there's a few different ways in which the refit might save Hood, but there is still a possibility that it could be a major problem. In fact, actually, let's grab the sketch diagrams. Middle of the engine room, so that's where we want. So, I mean, the reconstruction schemes for the engine room show 3/4 inch plate underneath the 12-inch belt. Now, that's not going to necessarily be, massively capable of stopping. Well, it's not going to stop a 15-inch round, but it might provide just that little bit more resistance, which again, the fuse will have been initiated anyway, but it might just slow the shell down enough that it might detonate in the engine room. But as I said, with better engines, better fire control, etc., it's almost certainly not going to be in that exact situation anyway. TCTC 2022 MT comments on OceanGate. As I said, normally I don't cover modern stuff, but once we get to the end of the alternate history questions and the super chats, I may talk very briefly about OceanGate, mainly because I would be talking about that from specifically my engineering background. So that's something I would comment on from my engineering degree rather than a naval history thing. Patrick Donnelly asks, where do you see Vice Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher's career if Admiral King didn't reassign him to the North Pacific after Saratoga was torpedoed? Probably he would end up being the alternating admiral with Halsey, because of course the fast carrier task group switching back and forth between task force designations depending on whether or not Halsey is in command or it's been reverted over to another admiral. That's probably going to be Fletcher's role, being the other admiral in charge when Halsey isn't, I would imagine. Last two questions, although I'll pick up this one because it's directly related. Vicky, we are 2 questions away from the super chats. Captain C4, a related question to the previous question, would the modified admirals have had the same vulnerability to the below the belt shot? It would depend on what their underwater protection profile was. Hood did have actually a 3-inch thick strake of armour abreast the boiler rooms under the 12-inch belt. If on the modified admirals, and I'm not off the top of my head clear on exactly what their armour scheme would be, but if the modified admirals had that 3-inch strake extended at least to the extent of the 12-inch belt, and therefore covering the aft engine rooms as well as the boiler rooms, it wouldn't have stopped it dead, but it would have stopped the shell from getting as far in, which again probably would have saved the ship. So if that was done, they may not have had the same vulnerability. Christian asks, given a little bit more warning, could the 3 Taffies have joined up at Samar, and how much more of a headache would it cause the Japanese fleet? Also, do the escort carriers carry much in the way of anti-ship ordnance? Some, but not a huge amount, because of course, as escort carriers, magazines are rather limited, and the 3 Taffies were there mainly to support the troops ashore, so the vast majority of their ordnance is air-to-ground ordnance, not anti-shipping. But if they had more warning, then yes, in theory, the 3 Taffies, well, they wouldn't even necessarily need to join up for carrier operations. They could just communicate and coordinate via radio. Obviously, Taffy 3 would head south to prolong the time before the Japanese get into gun range, and maybe Taffy 1 and Taffy 2 can send some destroyers up to help beef up Taffy 3's fleet screen for when the inevitable confrontation occurs. But the main advantage of having a bit more warning would be that all 3 Taffies could get aircraft up on deck, sorted out with what limited anti-ship ordnance they've got, and sort of at least coordinate a strike, which would mean that the first thing the Japanese run into is a relatively decent carrier strike, torpedoes, bombs, etc., which could disrupt them and damage ships enough for perhaps an enhanced destroyer screen to launch a fairly major torpedo and gun attack under the cover of the air attack, which would be distracting the Japanese. So yeah, that would cause a lot more of a headache to the Japanese fleet, although I'm going to probably substantially reinforce the idea in the Japanese mind that those escort carriers are in fact fleet carriers, because they'd be being hit by what they would perceive to be at least a couple of fleet carriers worth of aircraft. And then the final alternate history is from High Bacon Bomb, and he asks, how would the Soviet Navy have fared against Germany, Italy and Japan if their naval projects were able to be completed, and how would they have fared against the Allies if, say, Operation Unthinkable were to happen? If the naval projects they aimed to have completed by the start of World War II were completed, it probably wouldn't change all that much, because it just means the Soviets have a few more destroyers, a few more cruisers. The Sovietsky Soyuzes weren't supposed to be completed by 1939, at which point Luftwaffe bait is their most likely fate. And in the Black Sea, there's not really much naval-wise going on apart from the Axis, apart from U-boats and fast attack craft. In the Pacific, yeah, a handful of... Well, I mean, the Soviets didn't go against Japan until right up at the end, but assuming that they did go against Japan earlier for some reason, a handful of Soviet ships against the Japanese Navy in the early part of the Pacific campaign, that's not going to last very long. And by the time the Soviets do get involved against Japan, well, there isn't really a Japanese Navy per se to oppose them anyway. This is the big problem that the Soviets would have is, the Japanese would massively outnumber them in the Pacific. Their fleet in the Black Sea essentially can't do anything against the Regia Marina, because neither side can get at each other over the Dardanelles, and whatever ships they build for the Baltic fleet, the Luftwaffe is just going to go, free target practice. How would they have fared against the Allies if Operation Unthinkable were to happen? Well, if we're assuming that all the projects they want to complete it by 1945-46 had finished, so including the Sovietsky Soyuzes, the majority, I mean, you're still talking about Black Sea, Baltic, essentially. Again, the Black Sea kind of is just a thing. It's locked away, doesn't really make much odds. In the Baltic, I mean, they would have a very powerful force. You wouldn't, assuming they're all working properly, you wouldn't want to just go up and sail in with random task forces. On the flip side, it's 1945-46. A combined Royal Navy US carrier force would just blanket the skies with aircraft, and doesn't matter how much Stalinium you put into a Sovietsky Soyuz, when 800 Barracudas and Avengers and Helldivers, etc. show up, it's not going to be a good day. Right, so that's all the alternate history questions. I can now start moving through the super chats as kindly provided by Fleet. So the first super chat from CTXSLPR asks, how many of the Sherman deck park armed merchantmen survivors of PQ-17 would it take to replace the Royal Navy fleet at the Battle of Trafalgar, and how many would it take to take on both sides? Okay. So maybe you're talking about maybe total a dozen Shermans you could get up onto deck and park. They've got 75mm HE, which could be pretty devastating. The tank's mostly immune to cannon fire, although I wouldn't necessarily want to be in a Sherman that was hit on the broadside by a 36 lever cannonball. The ships aren't going to be cannon proof, although the holes will be relatively minimal, and they're pretty big and pretty swift. Then there's a lot more Shermans below deck that you can scavenge for ammo, and they can effectively run in, fire until the guns run dry, then withdraw, reload, and come back in again. I'm going to say half minimum to replace the Royal Navy, half a dozen, 3 to replace each column. And that's mainly because what you would do at that point is sail parallel to the Franco-Spanish fleet, kind of just out of effective range of their guns. I mean, not that a Sherman tank parked on the heaving deck of a merchantman has the best fire control, but they've got better fire control systems than the Mark I human eyeball on the French vessels. So you probably sit at maybe 500 yards and just pelt 2 or 3 ships of the line with 75mm high explosive until they catch fire or explode, and then repeat the process. And, as I said, constantly reloading and work your way up and down. You'd need the numbers just for having the ammunition in reserve and in case anybody takes a few too many cannon holes. And to fight both sides, well, double it. So a dozen such vessels. And again, it's mostly ammunition, and against the odds situations you're guarding against. In theory, you could do it with less, but odd things might crop up that would stop it. Aquilifer, I think, Aquilifer, asks, were there significant naval, industrial, infrastructure and resource bases in the territories of the Ottoman Empire during the periods covered by your channel? In the earlier periods, yes. The Ottoman Empire in the early, the early classic age of sail, so, the 50 years prior to the Battle of Lepanto and to a certain degree afterwards, they actually had very large naval industrial infrastructure facilities, the ability to, of course, manufacture very large guns and so forth. They were able to churn out ships at a very prodigious rate and arm them. They just didn't necessarily have the skilled sailor pool to replace the massive losses that they suffered at battles like Lepanto. The problem the Ottomans had was that they never really modernized to a great degree. So as you move on from galleys to the more classic age of sail, frigates and ships of the line, they remain capable of building them. I mean, they've still got, they've got a few steamships and various frigates and even a few ships of the line, and even a first rate, even by the time of the Crimean War. But the relative production capability of the Ottoman Empire basically diminishes. The actual production capability grows very slightly, but compared to everybody else's, whose industrial growth is astronomical, it leaves the Ottomans very, very far behind. Which is why by the latter part of the 18th century, when it comes to trying to build a new fleet of ironclads, they're basically buying them in from abroad for the most part. Someone saying Inca Cola is not a healthy drink. Is any fizzy drink? Doesn't look any less healthy than some of the other stuff I drink on a regular basis. And then the third super chat's also from Aquilifer. If a more vigorous effort by the Ottoman government or in all history Eastern Roman Empire to leverage those resources more extensively had occurred, would they have stood a better chance against Russia, France, or the UK? So yeah, at that point we're moving towards the end of the Age of Sail. So basically the 19th century, the early 19th century. Yeah, I mean, in theory, they've got the population base, they've got the resource base in terms of wood and iron and so forth, and they've got a fairly large amount of territory. So, I mean, it gets into the the macroeconomics of how the Ottomans ran their empire, which is a completely different subject and not one I'm particularly au fait with, but in theory, they had the building blocks to turn into a fairly major naval power. But, as I said, they let it slide. They kind of ended up in a situation very similar to France in the early part of the 20th century, where they had a very large amount of existing infrastructure, but it was the last generation or the generation before that's infrastructure by the time of the late age of sail. And it would have cost a huge amount of money to upgrade all of that infrastructure and then build all of the ships, whilst they're also having to maintain fairly large field armies and so on and so forth. So on paper, yes, they could have. Would that have stood them a better chance against France or the UK? Possibly not, because by the time France and the UK come knocking to blow up Ottoman things, they are the two largest fleets in the world, and yeah, even the Ottomans with any reasonably leveraged infrastructure are not going to be able to put up a very significant fight against them. Against the Russians, though, again, because the Russians have to split their efforts between the Baltic and the Black Sea and a few ships elsewhere like the Pacific, Ottomans versus the Russians might be a lot more of an interesting thing. I mean, if you look at the Ottoman fleet, okay, yes, Sinop was an unmitigated disaster for them, and the Russians did have more ships of the line, but it's not like the Ottomans didn't have ships of the line, they just weren't there. So a slightly better leveraged Ottoman navy would probably be able to put a force into the Black Sea that was the equal or possibly larger than the Russian force that was there. So that is a possibility. Sapper Ninja asks, greetings from a crowded train. Well, you have my sympathies. Was radar cross-section understood at all in radar's early days, and was there ever RCS reduction during the Channel's era? RCS radar cross-section was understood to a certain degree, in that people understood, you know, if we put radar signals out at a certain amount of power and they return at a certain strength, that signifies a aircraft of a certain size, or a ship of a certain size, depending on if you're using air search or surface search radar. And therefore, the idea of potentially fooling that by various measures was also technically understood. I mean, at its core, that's what we would now call chaff, is, you know, exploiting the RCS properties of strips of tinfoil to cause a blanketing effect. In terms of RCS reduction, on naval craft, not as far as I'm aware. They had other things they were far more concerned about. I mean, in terms of aircraft, you get the perennial things that crop up about, you know, the Mosquito being wooden and having a lower RCS, or that, was it the Horton 229, the flying wing fighter that was never quite finished, maybe it having a reduced RCS and things like that. But as far as I can tell from the direct evidence, any mild reduction in RCS that resulted in aircraft, because of aircraft being made of wood, was entirely coincidental and not something they were necessarily planning for. But when it comes to the air stuff, you know, there are people like Chris from Military Aviation History and Rex's Hangar who can probably comment with more authority on that. But certainly at sea, I don't think anyone was particularly trying to reduce the radar cross-section of their vessels. Now, the next one is from Colin Cameron. If Warrender and BT's fleets are wiped out, how would this affect the post-World War I Royal Navy? With no BT to retain the fleet air arm, would we see fast battleships replacing battle cruisers? Or would they retain the fleet air arm? Well, a post-World War I Royal Navy, bearing in mind that the last battle cruisers that are built, Renown and Repulse, are Fisher's brainchild. Hood and the Admirals are a more general Royal Navy effort with a lot of input from Jellicoe. So that BT and Warrender being wiped out is probably not going to change that too much, other than if you're out pretty much most of the battle cruiser force and Warrender's battleships, you would probably see you probably at the time by the timings. You might see Renown and Repulse actually completed in their original spec as battleships to replace Warrenders. It depends how far along that effort is, but it may be too late. Resistance, the other R-class, may well be restarted. In all four Admirals would be built, because they're just needing to make up the losses. There'd probably be some additional ships built, whether they just order more Rs or more QEs, or some variant on the Rs and QEs, and or add even more Renowns or Admirals to the list, again, to make up losses. So, you know, that could definitely happen. Obviously, post-World War I, that leaves the Royal Navy actually in a slightly stronger position if they've got a bunch of, especially a bunch of admirals and potentially one or two more Rs or QEs floating around. Post World War I, well, I mean, it depends who goes in, who now becomes the BT, the first Sea Lord in the post World War I environment. It's a little bit difficult to predict, really, because BT goes above. He becomes first Sea Lord over the heads of several officers who are more senior to him, and of course there are other officers below him as well who might have made decent first Sea Lords. So it really depends on which of them gets in as first Sea Lord as to whether they manage to retain the Fleet Air Arm within the Royal Navy, or whether it goes over to the Royal Air Force, or what happens to it. But I think, yeah, the main impact will probably be for Admiral class battle cruisers wandering around in the post-war environment. The Armoured Baron, thank you very much. I will try and keep up the work. Fleet of Oceans, Battle at Procyon. This is the computer game, hypothetical. How do you see the Royal Navy responding after the ironclad crisis is over? Yes, they won, but a single dreadnought could deal with entire fleets. Is the age of solar sail over? Or are we just going to see Royal Navy turret ships with turreted star mortars? So, for those of you who aren't aware, Disney's Treasure Planet Battle at Procyon. Disney's Treasure Planet, it's set in space, actually a very underappreciated movie. Battle at Procyon, the video game, was an absolutely superb game, in my opinion. I don't necessarily think the age of solar sail is over. I mean, if my PvP matches are anything to go by, the solution, ironically enough, to big dreadnoughts is a ton of torpedo boats. So I think in the short term, there will be probably torpedo boats and then some kind of heavy torpedo boat mass-produced to counter the threat of potential ironclads, because they're going to take a while to, to look at the technology and try and incorporate it into their own. So the next stage will probably be solar sail vessels, but effectively gloire types, where they're taking their quote-unquote wooden-hulled solar sail vessels and slapping armour on top of them to make a kind of semi-ironclad. And then as the technology evolves, the one artificiality of Battle at Procyon is they're effectively going straight from the kind of the 1820s, 1830s age of sail over to at least pre-dreadnought, maybe even 1900s era Navy with the ironclads in the game. Whereas more realistically, as they take in and reprocess the technology, you probably see, the Royal Navy jump from a kind of 1820s, 1830s equivalent to an 1860s equivalent, where, as mentioned, you start off with gloire types and you probably see a rapid advancement as they incorporate the technology. Maybe every class of ships goes, you get a gloire type, then you get a warrior type, then you get a monarch type, and then you'll probably hit the kind of devastation thunderer levels where effectively you've caught up with the full ironclad technology levels. Jack Ray, thank you. Says thank you for your work. Thank you very much. Glad to have helped. Sherman117 asks, you are tasked by the Turkish government to do a modernization to Yavuz in 1920. Which nation would you send her to, and how would you update her if you have an unlimited budget for this project? Right, so I'll just grab my keyboard so I can pull up a picture of Yavuz. Computer library to 70%. Okay. Oops. Computer library to 100%. Computer library 100%.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just getting the lighting levels to come back up a bit because it's gotten dark, so lighting was fading. Right, okay, just getting a picture of Goban up, so we've got the spec. Ah, there we go, that's better. Right. So, what would I do to modernize Yavuz with an unlimited budget? Okay, so I would probably... In 1920... See, the problem is that the default for the technology would be to send her to Germany, because that's where she's come from originally. But of course, Germany's almost certainly going to be forbidden from doing anything like that by the Versailles Treaty. The next stop would theoretically be Britain, but realistically, after Gallipoli, the Turks at that stage sending anything over to the UK for modernisation is probably... not going to happen. So I think it probably is either going to have to be going to the US or France. Now, what would I do? This is actually similar to the theoretical modernising of HMAS Australia, which I discussed with some Australian subscribers when I was over there. In that you've got this cross-deck firing setup, which is an incredible pig to do. However, it's easier in this case because you've given me an unlimited budget. Now, first things first, rip out all the old machinery and replace it with much more modern small tube oil firing boilers. That's going to massively reduce my machinery space. I don't think I'm going to be able to relocate the forward superstructure, and it's probably not a brilliant idea anyway. So unfortunately, I'm not going to get a B turret position. I mean, ideally, I'd really like to, but I don't see that happening. And this is one of the big problems with the cross-deck firing, the wing turret positions. There's very little you can do whilst retaining the wing turrets, but relocating the blasted things basically means rebuilding whole sections of the ship. But hey, unlimited budget is unlimited budget. So, what would I do? Okay, so I've got the single larger trunked funnel forward and a more built-up forward superstructure. I would probably then remove the two wing turrets, the echelon wing turrets, dispose of one entirely or keep it spare, move the other one to the center line, probably the aftmost one. So you'd have your forward turret and then your two superfiring rear turrets, and then just on the other side of the aft superstructure would be a now center lined, because of my reduced machinery spaces, turret, and then let's say the fifth turret goes away. That gives me an 8-gun broadside, which practically speaking is about what I'd expect to have anyway, because an echelon fire, and I've saved a ton of weight because now I don't have the other one to worry about, although I have had to completely redo that section because obviously I have to move the barbette and the magazines and everything all over. Now what that has done, though, especially with the elimination of the aftmost funnel, will have been to... Yes, that would then give me the potential, that would give me a very large open deck space. Can remove the casement batteries. And now, to be fair, in 1920, it's going to be a bit silly to try and expect to... it's going to be a bit silly to go, oh, we're going to have dual-purpose guns everywhere, because that would be ridiculous amounts of future knowledge. But what you could do is put a nest of anti-aircraft guns on the aft superstructure. That would be realistic, 4 anti-aircraft guns there. And then where the aftmost funnel and the deck space where the echelon forward turret had been, and adjacent to the bridge, you could put a ton of twin turrets, maybe twin sixes, or maybe twin 4s or something like that. Basically have a bunch of twin anti-surface, anti-torpedo boat guns, and that would theoretically in the future be able to be replaced with a bunch of dual-purpose AA. But I mean, the thing is, yeah, with an unlimited budget, you might be tempted to upgrade the firepower, the guns themselves, but I think that's getting a bit, that's pushing things a bit too far, because if you're going to upgrade the guns, that means essentially ripping out everything in the the gun batteries. I don't think that's really realistically worth it. So yeah, I'm just thinking, can I get Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts on screen? I don't know. This is going to be a bit of an experiment, but if I can, I might be able to actually build it in Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. Let me just turn off the music. Right. Where's XSplit gone? Now, is there a way I can change the next scene without switching over to it? Aha, possibly. Right, remove that. Remove that. That might work. Okay. Right, let's see. I'm going to switch over to what I think should be Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. I'm going to use the Germans. And go to design ship. Now I'm just going to pop back out again. Could you see the screen? Hang on, switch over to. Could you see Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts come up? I'll just keep an eye on the chat. Okay, excellent. Right, I'll switch back again. Right, so what have we got? Just check against the diagram. That's close enough. Right. I think this is going to be our close enough as makes no difference. Right. Near enough as makes no difference. Let's rename you. Who cares? Ignore all of that because we're just looking at the physical appearance of it. So we're going to go with twin 11-inch, and that's going to go, let's say we're going to put that there. We're refitting it, so oh no, that's horrible. Let's do that. Then we've got a tower with some guns on it. That's probably going to be monstrously large. Yeah, that's just silly. Well, let's try and replicate the actual Moltke vaguely first, because I have a feeling this hull might be actually a bit too short for it. Medium superimposed barbette. Centerline guns, 11-inch twin. Okay, that's not going to work. Oh, right, yeah, of course, silly me. For flip's sake. Can't actually do a historical German battlecruiser design. Centerline, 11. Ah, there you go. Right. Now, can we actually get the historical Moltke design in here. So we want side guns, 11-inch twins. One there. One there. No, that's crude. Okay, so we actually need to get the hull a bit longer. Okay, that's about the best we can do with that. Right, that's so we could vaguely build historical Moltke on this. So we're going to then have our little aft superstructure. We're going to. Oh, can we move that? No. Maybe. No. Okay, so that's our smallest possible aft superstructure. And that's our smallest possible forward superstructure. Then we're going to put centerline, that's single, twin 11 there. Ignore the boats, they shouldn't be there. And then we have a nice big funnel. Let's get a nice big funnel there. Right, so that's our nice big funnel immediately there. And then we want our secondary guns. And yeah, let's go twin. This is actually 5.9 inch, but whatever. No, the placing is awful. Make it a bit wider. Ah, there you go. This is basically just for aesthetics because, you know, this is just to establish vaguely what it should look like. That's going to be in the blast radius, and that's not. Okay, that's a bit better. Getting the proportions right rather than the stated displacement. Rather than the stated. Actual tonnage. And oh yeah, we've got these little AA guns, haven't we? Can we get any on the superstructure? No. Never mind. What else can we do with this? Let's put that back a little bit. What else can we do? No, that'll be boats. So yeah, basically, roughly speaking, obviously imagine all of this is plated up. Roughly speaking, this is what I would expect a refitted Gerben or Yavuz Sultan Selim to look like. Gives me a decent secondary battery, which can obviously then later be replaced. There'd be a bunch of AA guns here, my broadside, and probably a big trunked funnel here, but we don't have that in game, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that would be the answer to that. And hey, now we know that I can actually stream Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, which is good. Why would I do such a silly thing? Because somebody asked in a super chat. Right, now the shipyard, naval-related history. Hello, says, what do you reckon would happen if HMS Monmouth had survived Coronel by not being seen by Nuremberg? Do you reckon this would have changed history at all? Probably not, because if she's not seen, she's in a bad way. I mean, there is a potential that she might just go under anyway from progressive flooding, even without Nuremberg getting involved. But if we assume that she makes good and limps into port, by the time she's done that, von Spee will either be on his way south or potentially maybe still in port himself when Monmouth finds another port, or potentially even the same port, but she's not going anywhere. She's not in a fit state to go anywhere, so she'll either be, if she ends up somehow in the same port as von Spee, she'll probably end up just being interned, because it would be dumb to try and sail out to engage von Spee. And if she ends up in a different port, then von Spee is probably on his way south before he hears anything about it. And even if he does hear anything about it, is it worth him hanging around and expending even more ammunition to finish off a ship that he's already very clearly beaten? So in the immediate term, no, it's not going to change anything, I think. In terms of overall history, of course, who knows? The officers and men who went down with Monmouth historically may have gone on to other things in the Royal Navy later on, so there's a potential historical change there. But in terms of the immediate, does von Spee go to the Falklands? Does the Battle of the Falkland Islands happen, etc.? I don't think that's going to change anything. And then we have one more super chat before we go into questions from regular chat. We're doing quite well on timing, to be perfectly fair. Super chat from Alex Lamb. So just to the scenario, December 7th, 1941, all US carriers along with their crews and aircraft suddenly disappear, and instead 3 Midway class in their 1947 configuration appear in Norfolk. How would you utilize them? Well, that's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting trying to get them into the Pacific, because I think they're going to have to go the long way round. But in 1947, we've got Sky Raiders and Bearcats and so forth. That's going to be a painful experience for the Japanese. And with their air, I mean, yes, you have 3 hulls, so you've got much more limited flexibility. Using the rule of 3s, you basically actually have 1 carrier, maybe 2 on a good day available. So where you're going to deploy it is going to be interesting. I mean, you could do the Doolittle Raid. The Doolittle Raid would be much easier to do with a Midway class, but if you've only got, at a stretch 2 operational at any one time, and you've got the Japanese going after Coral Sea, I don't think anyone in their right mind, even with a 1947 Midway, is going to try and put a single carrier out to stop the Japanese at Coral Sea, which means that the Doolittle Raid probably isn't going to happen, or at least it's not going to happen then. On the other hand, if you put 2 Midways at Coral Sea instead of Lexington and Yorktown with the 1947 air groups, Shikaku, Zuikaku, etc. are not leaving that battlefield. And it's relatively unlikely with a Bearcat cap, good air search radar, good fire control, etc., etc. It's very unlikely the Japanese are going to be able to do all that much to the Midways in return. Then Midway itself, ironically being fought by Midways, 3 Midways with Sky Raiders and Bearcats. And potentially also 1947, potentially even early guided anti-shipping weapons. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a one-sided slaughter. So pretty much 3 Midways in 1947, a 1947 configuration in 1941. You're going to clean up the Kido Butai by mid-1942. The Japanese aren't going to have any major carrier hulls left to really support Guadalcanal operations. You've got to hold on until the Essexes start to come online just for hull numbers. Well, I suppose the Independences as well. So I wouldn't necessarily deploy a Midway to the European theatre just yet, because again, rule of 3s, at best you're going to have and apart from specific targeted operations, you're probably only going to have one generally operational holding the line. But as time goes on, once you get to 1943 and the Essexes start to come down the production line, given that Guadalcanal is probably going to be a heck of a lot easier, now you've got much nastier air support and the Japanese really don't have much, and you've got, airborne radar and night fighting trained aircraft to go after the Japanese at night, you're in a much better position, at which point, as the Essexes start to come online in 1943, you would probably want to keep, if I was the US Navy, I would keep 2 Midways in the Pacific Theatre to act as your central flagship for your inevitable offensives. But I could probably, once I've got maybe 3 or 4 Essexes online, afford to divert one of the Midways, one of the Midways to the Atlantic in 1943. Of course, at this point, you'd also be ripping apart Sky Raiders and Bearcats to try and figure out how to advance your technology base to produce them yourself. But one Midway being deployed over to the Atlantic to help out with Arctic convoys, etc., is going to be hilarious fun, because can you imagine, Luftwaffe strike aircraft going after an Arctic convoy only to have, late 1940s era US Navy fighters swarm all over them. Plus, with the ridiculous bomb loads that Sky Raiders can carry, I suspect a strike against Tirpitz is going to be considerably more effective earlier than they were historically until 617 showed up. So, yeah, that I think would be the way I would utilize it. At least until the Essex swarm comes along, and then it kind of filters back down into regular World War II almost. And then Michael Pietkowski Jr., I think that's maybe how pronounced, says, would it have been better for ABEA command to have fallen back? On paper, yes. If you want to be absolutely cold and strategic and brutal, yes, pulling all the ABDA forces back until they could be more heavily reinforced and counterattack would be the better call to make. There's a decent collection of cruisers and destroyers there. They could form the core of a fairly powerful force a few months down the line. But at the same time, the Dutch are contributing a good chunk of the ABDA forces. They are also obviously facing the Japanese invading the Dutch East Indies, and they want to stand and fight for what they see as their possessions. So realistically, they're not going to, because you've got De Ruyter. No, not De Ruyter's one of the ships. Dorman and Helfrecht, and they're not going to leave without fight. And if you say, okay, well, actually, the Australians, the Brits, the Americans, we're going to leave anyway and leave the Dutch to fend themselves, then ABDA command's basically fallen apart from the get-go. So yes, in theory, it's better for them to fall back, but practically, it's just not going to happen. And Miles McCaskill asks, were any warships built with hybrid propulsion like Titanic, 1 screw triple expansion and 2 screws turbine? What about coal and oil, but not oil enhanced? Some boilers 100% coal, 100% oil. Yes, there were a number of actual large warships that were built with some oil-fired and some coal-fired boilers. And in terms of propulsion, hybrid propulsion, triple expansions and turbines, that's actually rarer, because how people combined coal and oil did vary. As you mentioned, some of them were just coal-fired with oil sprayers. Others had, as I mentioned, separate oil-fired boilers and coal-fired boilers, which was fun. The Germans did in World War I try to go for a hybrid propulsion. I think it was Prince Regent Leopold. They wanted to put diesel on the central screw and turbines on the outer screws, but a diesel engine of sufficient power and small enough size wasn't ready, so she actually went out as a twin screw ship anyway. Weirdly enough, ended up being slightly faster than her sister ships, despite lacking a propeller, probably because of the saved weight. So yes, there were some warships that ticked one or the other boxes, but more. Although both examples of both are relatively rare, it's more common to find a ship with separate coal and oil-fired boilers than it is to find a ship with, at least on the larger scales of warships, with some turbine and some another propulsion system. Blue Jacket Warrior asks, you mentioned recently that a lot of folks wrongly say that Forced was the death of the battleship as the dominant ship. In your opinion, what battle or event was the turning point? Or was it a case of everyone looking at the US carrier swarm after the war and just going, a particular battle or event that was the turning point? That's a good question. Because Coral Sea and Midway are carrier versus carrier battles. They don't really prove anything about the efficacy of battleships versus carriers. Whilst there are carrier strikes on capital ships in the Mediterranean, there aren't any fatal ones against full capital ships while they're at sea. And the same thing, Ark Royal and Victorious's attacks on Bismarck, they're harassment, they slow it down, but they're not fatal. It's still capital ships that need to deliver the killing blow. I think this is the problem is people latch on to Forced because it is one of the very few cases in the early part of the war where aircraft go in and destroy capital ships at sea that are mobile. You don't really get that much more for a while. It's all damage, not sinking. I think that's sort of the next major capital ships that will be actually put down purely by air power. And I say purely by air power because Hiei is put down by air power, but she's crippled overnight in the surface engagement. The next battleships or battle cruisers, you're pretty much looking at Yamato and Musashi. But the thing is, at that point, that's not really a turning point, because by that stage, the Japanese generally are massively outnumbered, and they're especially outnumbered when it comes to capital ships. So, the US can throw vast amounts of carrier planes at them. And this is another thing, when it comes to Yamato and Musashi, people sometimes point to that as the turning point. And I'd say, well, maybe not so much, because yes, it showed that carrier-based aircraft or aircraft in general were capable of putting down battleships, but a point I made on the Drydock previously, when you look at the sheer tonnage of aircraft carriers that launched aircraft against Musashi at Sibuyan Sea and Yamato in Tengo, if you add up all of the tonnage of the aircraft carriers and then you convert that into tonnage of South Dakotas or Iowas or North Carolinas or King George V, that tonnage equivalent in battleships would just as decisively have destroyed Yamato and Musashi, possibly even more decisively when they got into range. It's the range thing that is the problem. I would say I personally don't think there is a single battle that is the true turning point where it's now, okay, the aircraft, and by extension the aircraft carrier, is dominant. But if I was to kind of point to a general area or a campaign maybe where this turning point, roughly speaking, occurred, I would probably say you're looking at late 1942, maybe the latter part of the Guadalcanal campaign, or early 1943. because at that stage, carrier aircraft have gotten to the point that they are a serious enough threat that capital ships are not just making decisions about what escorts to go with, but they're actually making decisions full on about where they are going or not going as a result. So, you see even to a certain extent at the start, but certainly by the end of the Guadalcanal campaign, the Japanese are trying to stay out of the area during the day with surface ships, whatever surface formation they've got, because of the fear of US air attacks. And late 42, early 43, similarly, the Royal Navy, the Fleet Air Arm has upgraded to a point where British carriers would be in and of themselves an existential threat to lone enemy capital ships out on the high seas. So, yeah, I would say late 42, early 43 is the turning point, and maybe the Lake Guadalcanal campaign is probably the only real sort of single entity that you could put your finger on it. But unfortunately, I don't think there's a particular battle in that time period which you can point out and go, this is exactly the turning point of aircraft and carriers taking over from battleships as the dominant forces at sea. Ooh. That was a mistake. How do I undo that? Apologies, Mike Lima 77. I was trying to copy your super chat and I accidentally deleted it, but I think I saw it beforehand. So Mike Lima 77 or 777 was asking, what if the R class were replaced by Vanguards at the beginning of World War II? How would that change things? That would change the war quite a lot, actually. The R class, of course, historically were used as second line or backup capital ships for much of the war, and then gradually shifted off to convoy escort and so forth. So that they were holding the line well, but they weren't expected to be front line and center against any major enemy capital ships, even if they could scare off Scharnhorsts and so forth. If you've replaced all five R's at the beginning of the war with Vanguards, well, Vanguard is much more likely to survive the torpedoing that Royal Oak received. So she'd be badly damaged, but almost certainly survive. Which would mean that once she's been repaired, there would still be 5 ships around. But even without that, even if look at just 4, you now have 4 fast capital ships in addition to Hood, Renown, and Repulse, which the Royal Navy has in service right from the start. And of course, they are fully armoured and much more updated in terms of fire control and everything. Which means that a lot of the Royal Navy's problems have now been solved, because the big problem the Royal Navy has at the start of the war is a limited number of fast capital ships able to go toe-to-toe with enemy fast capital ships. When the Germans just have Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, it's not too bad, because Renown and Repulse, especially Renown, theoretically can go toe-to-toe with them, and of course Renown goes toe-to-toe with both of them in a bad weather. Hood is, on paper, a superior ship to either one, and of course the British have 3, the Germans have 2. But once Bismarck comes along, it becomes a lot more of a problem, because now you've got potentially 3 fast German capital ships, and the British have 3, and Renown and Repulse are not a match for Bismarck, which basically means you've just got Hood until King George V comes online, and, on top of that you have the Italian fast capital ships in the Mediterranean. So the British actually have, once the Italians joined the war, the British have fewer fast capital ships than the combined Axis powers, and of course it gets worse once the Japanese come in. Whereas if you've got even 4 Vanguards, you can just go, okay, well, let's say we're going to have, I would say, see, it's how would you do the split? Because you could say, okay, we're going to have the 4 vanguards are now going to be the home fleet. So Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Bismarck, whatever come out, they're going to get stomped very badly. And that releases Hood, Renown, Repulse, and eventually King George V to be sent to the Mediterranean to keep an eye initially on the Italians. And then once the Italians join the war, their refitted Cavours and Duilios are going to have a lot more of a problem when they can't run away from Hood, Renown, and Repulse. And of course, once the Littorios show up, this could flip the balance back the other way. But by the time the Littorios show up, you might have at least King George V, possibly maybe even Prince of Wales by the time Vittorio Veneto's around, to come in support. But you might want to detach a vanguard down there anyway, or you could do a split where maybe you have Hood and 2 vanguards, forming the home fleet, which is still more than enough to deal with a breakout of anything other than the entire German capital ship force. And then that means you can put 2 vanguards plus Renown and Repulse to keep an eye on the Italians, and that's a force that's much more capable of dealing with the Littorios when they show up, and you can supplement with King George V's either way as needed. And then, of course, that when Japan enters the war, by the time the Japanese enter the war, assuming everything has gone vaguely as per history, then Bismarck's down, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau are not quite out of action, but you could probably leave Hood and a vanguard plus a King George V, or maybe 2 King... well, actually, no, with Scharnhorst around. Maybe you then relocate Renown, Repulse, and Hood or take Hood in for refit, plus 1 vanguard. So you basically got the old battlecruiser squadron plus 1 vanguard. They're keeping an eye on Scharnhorst and Gneisenau and the possibility of Tirpitz breaking out. The other 3 vanguards are now in the Mediterranean, facing off against whatever is left of the Regia Marina, and then that means your King George V's can go out as a combined unit to deal with Japan, which may or may not be a good idea if the Kido Butai is extant, but if it's a bit later in the war, then you've got fairly good capability there. Of course, that does mean that the QEs are, well, certainly Barham and Malaya are going to be the ones doing all the convoy escort work, maybe even Warspite as well. So yeah, lots of things getting flipped around there. So yeah, apologies for accidentally deleting your question, Mike Lieber. That was not intentional. Captain Seafort saying, could Coral Sea or Midway be the turning point because they prove carriers are effective anti-ship strike platforms at much greater range than battleships? Potentially. I mean, this is the thing that I think D.K. Brown points out in his book on the period, which I tend to agree with, which is that the aircraft carrier did not take over as the capital ship from the battleship because it was more durable, because it was tougher. Battleships absorbed far more firepower to put down than aircraft carriers ever did. What made the aircraft carrier the superior vessel was its, as you mentioned, its long-distance strike power. The only reason I'd hesitate with Coral Sea and Midway is because Coral Sea and Midway prove that carriers can kill other carriers, but everybody knew that prior to the war. The question really was, can carriers kill battleships, which they are considerably tougher? So, yeah, it's a bit of a fuzzy point, because yes, as you say, Coral Sea and Midway, they prove that carriers can be very long-range anti-ship strike platforms, but it still doesn't answer the question of can they be effective anti-ship strike platforms against the biggest, toughest targets on the sea. Michael Piakowski Jr. I was thinking about after the Admiral told the survivors to get back to Australia, would it have been better for Exeter to go with Houston and Perth and avoid the Japanese? Okay, so in the aftermath of the ABDA sort of catastrophes initially, yeah, okay, at that point, once you've given your fight, everyone's taken a bunch of casualties. It's fairly clear you're probably not going to beat the Japanese at this stage. Yes, at that point, ABDA command collectively falling back into Australian waters would have been a much better idea than everything gradually falling apart the way that it did. Mercury flying, my YouTube name is pronounced Drakinifel. Frank Spazzato asks, what would have been the general feeling of the crews on the battle cruisers of the Royal Navy and German Navy for the rest of the war after Jutland? Both sides wanted to have another go at each other. The first scouting group generally wanted to have another go because they felt, rightly, that they had the better of the engagement against the Royal Navy battle cruisers, and they'd taken a fair bit of a pounding in return, obviously with the loss of Lutzow, the practical loss of Seydlitz, and the battering of several other ships. So, you know, they wanted to kind of repeat their success in destroying enemy vessels, but perhaps with maybe not quite as much of a pounding in return. Obviously, they had Hindenburg to replace Lutzow. And the battle cruisers on the Royal Navy side, obviously, having come off somewhat the worst in that particular engagement, they definitely wanted to get back in the action and prove that basically what had happened at Jutland was essentially a fluke, and that they could get back up into the faces of the Germans and win. That's why you see things like the Second Battle of Heligoland Bight. The British are quite keen to get stuck in, but the thing is, the British fleet has a little bit more of a room to manoeuvre because they have, roughly speaking, dominance of the seas. The first scouting group is, of course, tied in with what the High Seas Fleet is doing, and the High Seas Fleet, although it does sortie in an attempt to force battle after Jutland, it's on a much tighter chain after Jutland, both because of the reservations of their High Command and the Kaiser. Rebel Skverl asks, it's been said several times that there were good relations between the Rebel Skverl asks, it's been said several times that there were good relations between the personnel of the pre-World War I Royal Navy and the Imperial German Navy. Can you recall any similar situation between rival navies? Somewhere where pre-war there were pretty good relations? Well, a fairly obvious, if somewhat painful one, is pre-war there was pretty good relations between the Marine Nationale and the Royal Navy. That was somewhat soured by Mirza el-Kabir. That made things a bit difficult going forward, except for obviously the Free French element. What else? Major naval combats. There wasn't a huge amount of love lost between the Regia Marina and the Marine Nationale or the Royal Navy in the run-up to World War II. Admiral Cunningham's autobiography indicates that the Italians were somewhat enthusiastic and friendly, but it wasn't really that reciprocated. Casting your mind back a bit. I mean, if you go right the way back to sort of late Tudor period, so mid to late 1500s, weirdly enough, the Spanish had been allies with the English, and not the British at that point because the Act of Union hadn't come about. But because Philip II of Spain had married Mary, Queen of Scots, this is something you'll find out in more detail in the upcoming video I'm going to do at the beginning of August about the Armada. But during Mary I's reign, Philip was actually advocating for the Royal Navy to be increased in size and better maintained. And there were therefore relatively good relations between the Spanish and the English, as much as there could be, given the nature of religious upheaval in England at the time versus the very, very Catholic Spanish. And even after that, when Drake is doing his raiding missions and so forth, there are individually still relatively good relations between officers. Drake entertains Spaniards that he's captured, and it varies somewhat going the other way, but there are certainly cases of Spanish officers treating English officers, as long as they recognize them as officers and not pirates, with a fair degree of decency and camaraderie if they end up capturing the English. The Dutch actually as well. The Dutch and English navies in the Anglo-Dutch Wars, very much kind of a love-hate relationship, because prior to the Anglo-Dutch Wars, the Dutch and the English were allied against the Spanish, and then they end up, and against the French to a certain degree, then they end up fighting each other with occasional input from the French and the Spanish. Yeah. I mean, even Copenhagen with Nelson and then the later 1807 attack, there wasn't a huge appetite in the Royal Navy to go after the Danes. They actually quite liked them, but the League of Armed Neutrality and the fears about what that could lead to, it made the attack much more of a strategic political move than anything else. And Michael Pietkowski asks, when the group was sent back to Australia, would it have been better if they all went together and avoided battle? How valuable would Captain Rooks have been? Yeah, as I say, generally speaking, if APDA Command had gone back together and just generally, after initial engagements, sailed back to Australia collectively, you would have had, okay, a battered, bruised, somewhat diminished force, but considering how vital cruisers and destroyers would turn out to be, a few months later at Guadalcanal, that core ABDA force, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily have been the make or break difference, because ultimately the US Navy and friends did win the Guadalcanal campaign, but having more cruisers and destroyers, and especially ships equipped with radar and ships trained in night fighting, able to go in early on, would have perhaps avoided some of the more embarrassing Allied defeats in the Guadalcanal campaign. This is really annoying. I don't know if it's a new feature of YouTube, but when I try and click on somebody's comment to highlight it to see what I can do with it, the first thing that comes up now, instead of highlighting the text, is the sort of admin control thing, which for some bizarre reason defaults to my mouse being above the remove button. It's really dumb. Anyway, I think I've now caught up with all of the super chats, so I can start looking through people's specific general questions. So this is now general question time. If you've had general questions, I know some of you have been putting them several times in the chat, but now we can actually take things from there and have a more general conversation. 96831 saying Hood would not be in the Med, Hood would be in reconstruction. I think this is in reference to the multiple Vanguards question. If there's 5 Vanguards, I can definitely see that happening. If there's 4, maybe, but I suspect with 4, at least until Bismarck is gotten rid of, Hood will remain on the front lines. Yeah, and I mean, a lot of it does depend, what happens in the Mediterranean when you have the Battle of Cape Spartivento or something like that. If you've got a bunch of heavy Royal Navy fast capital ships, if they're able to chase down and cripple or destroy several 2 or 3 Italian battleships over the course of several engagements, that massively reduces the fast capital ship threat in the Med, at which point, especially if you've got 5 Vanguards, 2 Vanguards and Renown, if there's Tirpitz and Scharnhorst, that's an adequate covering force up there, and then 3 Vanguards in the Med is enough to deal with if Littorio and Vittorio Veneto are are the only ones left. That's enough to deal with them. Maybe with repulsors backup. At that point, yes, Hood could be released for a much deeper reconstruction. But it really depends on what's going on with those early engagements, which of course we don't know because they didn't happen. We just can only guess. Alex Lamb asks, what do you think a third London Naval Treaty would have looked like in the 1940s if no war had broken out? I don't think we would have seen one, because with the Japanese collapsing the treaty system in 1935, they're not coming back to the table in 1940. So, yeah, it's a bit pointless to try and have an arms limitation treaty without one of the three major powers. At best, you may be able to finagle some kind of arms treaty, maybe to try and regulate the Japanese, the Germans and the Italians, but I don't think that would work. So yeah, unfortunately, as long as the Japanese are going, nope, we're taking our ball and going home, you're not going to get another naval treaty, not without something very major changing. Miles McCaskill asks, was building the Revenge class a mistake versus spending more money on the QEs or better? It's one of those slightly interesting questions, because in retrospect, when you're looking at how they ended up being used in World War II, it's very easy to make an argument and say, actually, if you built the Revenges to a improved QE design, i.e. basically Revenge class armor scheme layout on a QE sized hull, maybe fix the issues that meant the QEs only really got to 24.5 knots instead of their design 25. So you get better armor layout, actual true 25 knot QEs. We can dream about the 28 knot small tube boiler ones, but we play it conservative for the minute. That is a very easy argument to make with hindsight. It's also potentially a persuasive argument to make even without World War II hindsight, just looking at World War I hindsight, because of course they wanted to build 8. The argument obviously therefore being that improved QE types would have been more expensive, so they wouldn't have been able to build them, but in the end they didn't build 8, they built 5, and the materials for 2 went into renown and repulsor resistance didn't get built at all. So yeah, but without hindsight for either war, and not even necessarily knowing that war was going to break out in 1914, the idea of the R's being a slightly cheaper main battle line unit capable of keeping up with, although as it turned out eventually being slightly faster than the regular battle line, and cheaper to build in large numbers, it was a good idea at the time, but events would obviously show that it was perhaps not a good idea long term. So without hindsight, the decision to build the R's has a degree of logic to it that is, fairly solid. But the way things turned out, it would have been better to build improved QEs. Knight6831 says, was HMS Eagle really carrying 9 Gloucester Sea Gladiators and 35 varied swordfish in the run-up to Taranto? Off the top of my head, I can't recall. I'd be surprised if she was carrying Sea Gladiators at that stage, unless it was, boxed ones to send off somewhere. Let's just double check. I mean, I can see her carrying that many aircraft if a bunch of them were boxed up or folded up for resupply, but 35 swordfish and 9 sea gladiators as an offensive, like an active offensive air wing, I struggle to see how you'd fit them all on Eagle, to be perfectly honest. Just trying to see if there's a flight group listing. I'd have to look up her actual flight group allocations. But yeah, 44 aircraft. As I say, 44 aircraft I could see fitting on Eagle. I don't necessarily think Eagle would be able to operate 44 aircraft. Certainly not when 35 of them are swordfish. Swordfish are big. Walter Broad US saying, avoiding battle doesn't do anything to save Java and the Dutch East Indies. No, but neither does dying pointlessly, to be frank. Avoiding battle or seeking battle won't save Java or the Dutch East Indies, but avoiding battle will preserve the ships for future campaigns. USS Grey Ghost saying, inversely, would ABDA Command have done better in battle if they'd been able to communicate properly without problems? Maybe a little, but ultimately they face the problem that they are outgunned. And Exeter has a green crew, so her shooting, although she's got radar, her shooting isn't particularly brilliant. It simply comes down to the fact that ABDA Command was made up, its destroyers were almost entirely old. The Japanese had a technical advantage in destroyers, one for ship for ship. And outside of Houston, which was a full-fledged 10,000-ton treaty-era cruiser, everything else they had was diminutives. You know, the Dutch cruisers were well below 10,000 tons. Exeter was below 10,000 tons, and they're up against a bunch of Japanese ships that are either at or over 10,000 tons. The Japanese cruisers are just that much more capable. So it's really the Japanese fight to lose. I mean, yes, the Japanese do have a few older cruisers of their own, but the Japanese have considerably more modern heavy cruisers around than ABDA Command does in those areas. So they might have been a bit more effective, but there isn't any really convincing way, given the lineup at the time, for ABDA Command to come off with a victory that doesn't require lots of very sneaky shenanigans. Anel Starcevic, I think, Starcevic, asks, how did the refitted Conte de Cavours and Andrea Dorias compare with the Queen Elizabeths? Compared with the modernised Queen Elizabeth, the refitted Italian ships are faster. They are not as well protected. They do not have as good firepower. I mean, they've got more guns, but the guns are fairly small. You know, reboard 12-inch to 12.6-inch. You know, the QEs have a fairly decent immune zone against those, and the QEs have more armour to start with. The Conte de Cavours and Andorras weren't massively improved armor-wise, which means that 15-inch shells coming the other way are a lot more of a threat to them. So essentially, and the same thing goes for the secondary batteries, the 4.5-inch secondaries on QE and Valiant are significantly better than the mixed secondaries on the Cavours and Dorias. So if you look at the speed, protection, firepower triangle, the modernised QEs, and to a certain extent Warspite as well, have the advantage in firepower and protection. The Italian ships have the advantage in speed. Captain C4 answering Frank Sposato's question, who commanded the Royal Navy battle cruisers after Beatty, it was Admiral Pakenham. HMS Verdun asks, I know this might be something I've already asked, but Where does the interest in Hood come from? It seems like a ship you've studied a lot. I have studied it a lot because obviously I did quite a lot of research to come up with my theory on how Hood was destroyed. So that means looking a lot into Hood's history, Hood's makeup, etc., etc. And Hood is also, as the lead ship of the Admiral class, is also one of the great what-ifs, not necessarily in and of herself, but the rest of her class, what could have happened if they'd been built, the various theories about what about sort of turning Hood or some of her sisters into the Royal Navy equivalent of Lexington and Saratoga. And there is a certain amount of fascination because of the fact that she blew up, and not just how she blew up, but the fact that she did and what she could have done otherwise, etc., etc. Everything jumped a bit there. Vicky asks, since the Invincibles could only fire cross-deck over very narrow arcs, would they have been better off with a single centerline amidships turret rather than two, and using the saved weight elsewhere? In theory, yes, frankly, but the big problem there would be where would you put the machinery that you're displacing? That was basically the main reason for having the offsets, was to open up the space amidships for your boiler rooms and turbines. I think if you were going to do a 6-gun Invincible, you would probably be better off having, I think, probably 2 aft guns, so super firing aft, mainly because you could use the step down of the hull, so you'd massively reduce the aft superstructure and put in a super firing twin 12 there. That would clear amidships. Obviously you can keep your machinery, but clear amidships for a secondary battery, whereas if you put in theory, for pursuing and running down enemy ships, having A and B turrets, so a super firing turret forward, is better. But because that's the forecastle deck, it's already a level higher, you'd be putting B turret higher still again, and you'd have to be either moving A turret forwards, which would make the ship front heavy, or moving the superstructure and the funnels back, which would involve a lot of rejigging of the internals. It's less of an impact on the pre-existing balance to put in a super firing turret aft. And to be fair, as I pointed out before, stern chases rarely are directly astern. You're usually kind of en echelon. So if you design it properly, at least one of your aft turrets would probably have fairly good arcs of fire forward for chases, maybe even both. And the saved weight from only having 3 twin turrets instead of 4, you could put in perhaps into other things, like making the ships even faster, or a bit more armor, or something like that. Elizabeth Opoulos, I think, asks, who would have benefited more by receiving information from their subordinates? Crutchley, First Savo Island, or Jellicoe at the Jutland night actions? Would short-term be different than long-term? I think the clear answer for me is Jellicoe, because that would have allowed him to set up a rematch with Shear in the morning, which almost certainly would have gone very badly for the High Seas fleet and would have been a much more decisive action. There's 2 things. The two big problems Crutchley would have, even with better info from his subordinates at First Savo, is 1, a fraction more warning probably isn't going to save the Allied forces at First Savo anyway. It might let Canberra get some shots off, but you'd have to have a lot of extra warning, which isn't going to help, because realistically that lots of extra warning isn't going to happen unless one of the picket destroyers spots the Japanese coming in. The other problem is that, of course, Crutchley isn't actually there at First Savo. Turner's called him back with the Australia. So even if Crutchley gets information, he's then going to have to relay it somehow over to the fleet that's actually facing the danger, which is going to be a much bigger issue, to be perfectly honest, than anything else. So yeah, Jellicoe's in a much better position to use that information. Kelly Bright says, didn't December 10th in the South China Sea answer the carrier aircraft versus capital ship vis-a-vis battleship question? No. Well, this was the thing we were discussing. Does the sinking of Forsaid mark that? Well, no, it doesn't, for two reasons. One, the aircraft that went after Forsaid were not carrier-based, they were land-based. And two, as I point out quite extensively in the Forsaid video, the circumstances around the sinking of Forsaid make it a rather poor a poor scenario to analyze, because there are so many things that go wrong that lead up to that loss that it's not really, at least in my view, it's not really worth looking at and saying, oh, this is a definitive thing, because it's such a mess. Benedetto De Vizio asks, was there any possibility that Vanguard or the King George V could have been upgraded post-war in a similar manner to, I believe, you're trying to say the Iowas? Vanguard certainly, I mean, yes, technically speaking, both of them could have been upgraded, but on a more practical level, realistically, only Vanguard. If the decision had been made to get rid of 2 additional cruisers in the mid to late 50s and retain Vanguard instead, then maybe fully modernize her, then yeah, she could have had modernization then, or just or keep her in the state that she was with a minor refit and maybe modernize her more extensively in the 60s or 70s, or just keep her generally in reserve with minor updates and then bring her back probably in the post-Falklands environment in the mid-80s. There are various scenarios wherein Vanguard may stay in the fleet and be upgraded, but the King George V being older and smaller vessels and more numerous, the Royal Navy's not really going to afford that. Hendog1000 asks, I know modern torpedoes have a self-destruct, but built in. Was that present in torpedoes, particularly the Japanese Long Lance? And if not, did the Allies ever get their hands on one early in the war? Some torpedoes, in theory at least, were supposed to self-destruct at the end of their runs. Whether or not that worked was another matter entirely. Some just relied on the fact that when they reached the end of their runs, they would leak and sink. So it was a bit of a mixed bag, because as I say, even if you had the self-destruct mechanism, there was no guarantee it would actually properly work. And of course, you then also have scenarios where torpedoes actually run ashore before the end of their runs. And yeah, so the Allies actually did have their hands on some Long Lances relatively early in the war. A bunch came ashore during the Guadalcanal campaign. 1 or 2 wound up on Australian beaches, albeit they're not full Long Lances. They're the Type 95 smaller caliber submarine variants. But of course, just getting your hands on a Long Lance once it's expended its oxygen, and then understanding how it works are 2 very separate things. You've got to transport the thing back home, you've got to analyze how it works, and you've got to figure out that this sort of slightly suspicious looking air receptacle actually held compressed liquid oxygen instead of just air. Texas and LaShock, have you ever thought of creating one of those interactive maps to highlight naval points of interest? I'd love to. Not really much of an idea how. I mean, I have a fairly broad skill set, but unfortunately programming interactive maps is not one of them. Wendell, if the Soviet revolutions in 1917 didn't happen, what, in your opinion, would have been the development of the Imperial Russian Navy after World War I? Well, it would have been somewhat curtailed by... If the Imperial Russia was still around, it would have been dragged into the treaty system. They were already having quite a lot of economic and construction problems, which is why the builds of the Borodinos were so extended. They did have a few plans for additional ships beyond the Borodinos, but I have a feeling that if the Soviet revolutions didn't happen, then the Imperial Russian Navy post-World War I will probably suffer a fate very similar to the Marine Nationale and the Regia Marina, which would be, completing the Borodinos, scrapping anything else as incomplete, and then once the treaty system kicks in, they would probably retain the Borodinos, and I apologize to anyone who understands Russian, but I think it's the Imperatrice de Marias, basically the Gangot derivatives in the Black Sea. They'd probably end up just scrapping the Gangots because they just wouldn't have the economy to run them, and then it would be a case of redistributing some of the Borodinos up to the Baltic to take over from the now defunct Gangots. So you might have, say, 2 Borodinos in the Baltic, or 2 or 3 in the Baltic, and then 1 or 2 in the Black Sea, along with the older dreadnoughts. And they'd probably just keep it that way, pretty much, or even possibly even just retaining the Borodinos 2 and 2, depending on how bad their economy gets, through to pretty much the 1930s. Then they'd have to rebuild, same as everybody else. But the Soviet Revolution was caused, amongst many other things, by severe economic issues, and those aren't going to go away just because the revolution somehow doesn't happen. USS Grey Ghost, who had the better idea on refits, the British or the US, aka small refits over time with the US, or British ships with single large refits? It depends on which stage you catch them at. I mean, both sides did do numerous small refits. The R-class got numerous small refits, and the US did big modernizations, especially on some of its ships post-Pearl Harbor. But on a more general principle, if you ended up going to war in the immediate aftermath of a very large modernization like Renown, Valiant, QE, etc., then that is better because you've completely overhauled and modernized the ship with all new systems, etc. It's as close to being a modern frontline combatant as you can get. Conversely, that means that if you go to war just before such an upgrade is due to happen, you end up with a ship that's basically had tide me over refits rather than sort of mid-sized refits ongoing. So you look at something like Hood, who's not quite, almost at the tail end of her capabilities by the time she's sunk, with worn out machinery and a fire control system that was really, really advanced when she was launched, but hasn't really been upgraded all that much since. So yeah, whereas with the US ships, they may not be the absolute cutting edge when they come into a fight, but they're also not going to be massively far behind for the most part. Josh Thomas Moore, if Hood had survived, could she have been rebuilt along the lines of Vanguard? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's one of the scenarios that is pretty much the scenario I posited in the video I did about if Hood had survived the Battle of Denmark Strait, what would she have been rebuilt as? Actually, let me see if this would work. No, that's the wrong. Because now I've realized that I can. There we go. Now I've realized I can actually show things off. I can maybe put this up on screen. Let's choose the best angle shot. Okay, let's see if we can make this work again. Can I add a scene? Preview editor. Image file. Okay, that should work. So if I switch over to this, this is a possibility for what Hood could have looked like if she'd been refitted in the manner of similar to Vanguard. So this is one of the renders that was very kindly done for me for the video that I did on what Hood looked like if she had survived. So this is a potential option. Enjoy the visual while I find the next question. Sean Riley, do you rank the Battle of the Sunda Strait and the Second Battle of the Java Sea as last stands? Also, SS Stephen Hopkins. Thoughts? I wouldn't necessarily say they quite qualify as last stands. I mean, to a certain degree they are, but they're right on the edge. Because generally a last stand is what happens when you're cornered and you have nowhere to run. Whereas ABDA Command did have a choice and they were sailing into action rather than trying to desperately flee from it. So they might have turned into, on a tactical level, last stands, but that's just also known as losing a fight that you can't run away from. Donald Irons asks what happens to Hood survivors. I believe they actually continued serving during World War II. Certainly Ted Briggs did. Off the top of my head, I can't remember if the other two did, but I'm fairly sure actually that they were all back in Royal Navy service at some point during the Second World War. Nathan D, if the Washington and London naval treaties never took place, how large do you see battleships becoming by World War II? And how large do they become generally? As I've mentioned before, I think, assuming that everybody's willing to pay for the shipyard upgrades to accommodate them in the first place, I think you're probably looking at Yamato size or slightly larger is the reasonable maximum. So you're talking about like 70 to 80,000 tons, I think, is the practical maximum for battleships when the race of gun size and armor has reached its logical conclusion. you could build bigger. There are some nations that would have the industrial capacity and capability to build bigger. But I think once you go past a kind of slightly larger than Yamato size, you hit a very quick diminishing rate of returns, which, you know, is not a brilliant thing. Let's make that go away. So yeah, it's pretty much going to cap out at that unless or until someone like the Japanese decides to try and build a 100,000-ton battleship to one-up everybody else. Tim Schoenberger asks, with respect to this morning's video, so that's the one on how to repair damaged ships, which is the most damaged museum ship, Belfast or Laffey or somebody else? I think if you're going to look back at like which ship was the most damaged in its overall service, in terms of which ship came closest to not being with us, I would say probably Belfast, because Belfast was this close to getting scrapped. There was a lot of argument as to whether you would just scrap Belfast entirely or go through the fairly major effort that was involved in literally straightening out a bent ship and refitting her. Laffey obviously took considerably more upper works damage, but it was always going to be easier to repair her, even for the fact that she's a destroyer, therefore smaller, than Belfast. Belfast, as I said, is pretty much the only museum ship that I'm aware of that was damaged in combat where it was a case of, yeah, this ship has literally been bent like a pretzel. We need to, you know, bend it back to get it into service. Question Mark 05 says, I hope you enjoyed Australia and the visit to the Australian War Memorial. I very definitely did. To both. It was very nice to be in Australia, and also, yeah, the visit to the War Memorial was very interesting. Both the public section and also the back lot, if you will. Actually, given that it's coming up, we're coming up to the third hour, so I think we'll answer general questions for the next 5 minutes. Then I'm going to divert slightly off into talking about Australia. So Australia-related questions very much welcome. And who knows, given that it's now 2200, so in Perth, it's going to be about 5 in the morning. I don't think anyone in Perth is going to be awake. But it's going to be 7 in the morning on Melbourne, Brisbane, etc. So if I'm getting my times right, so you might actually have some Australian viewers up and running by now. Michael McLeod asks, a bit late, this may have come up already, but I'm interested on your view of Uruguay's abortive plan to melt the Graf Speye's bronze swastika eagle and turn it into a dove peace statue. It is a difficult one. It is a difficult one, to be honest, because obviously, you know, it does represent a fairly nasty regime in a fairly direct way. However, I'm also of the opinion that whilst, you know, the Nazi swastika at least has definitely become a shorthand for evil in the Western world, I'm personally rather averse to slightly overdoing it. I mean, obviously, for obvious reasons, you know, the swastika and various other Nazi-related things are just flat out illegal to display in Germany, outside of very, very limited contexts. But for the rest of the world, I think there can be a case of perhaps taking things a little bit too far. You know, the swastika is not, it's not like the 8-pointed star of chaos in Warhammer 40k. It's not intrinsically in and of itself going to turn you into a goose-stepping, jackbooted thug. It is just a symbol. You know, it's a bunch of lines on whatever it happens to be on. it's not like some unholy anathema. So its mere existence in a historical object, a historical artifact, in some cases I can understand why it might be destroyed. I mean, I've inherited a Hitler Youth fighting dagger that the second of my 3 great uncles took from someone who, as he described it, no longer required its services. And for those of you who are vaguely familiar with those kinds of things, they had I think it was an enamel diamond in the grip that had the Nazi flag with a swastika embedded in it. Now, obviously, him being a serving soldier and having just seen the horrors of the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, rather understandably, he pried that thing out. So it's now a fighting dagger with a slightly weird diamond-shaped hole in the grip. So yeah, that's understandable. But being as this swastika, the eagle with swastika is from Graf Spee, it's part of a historic ship from a historic engagement. It is a part of history. It's one of the very few parts of history left from Graf Spee, although there is a few other bits and pieces. I personally would prefer to see the thing contextualized in a museum, explaining what it is, what it represents, and why. I don't think as I said, I don't think it in and of itself, just because it happens to have a swastika, is such an evil thing that it must be destroyed. It's not like it. If it was, say, a eagle with swastika symbol from a concentration camp, I'd say, yeah, sure, chuck that in the nearest incinerator. But the connotations of the symbol on a Kriegsmarine warship are a little bit less fraught. I mean, worse comes to worse, if you really, really, really don't like the swastika and you want to show contempt for it, which is entirely understandable, then you could, you could embed the lower part in concrete. Put it on a plinth to display it in a museum, but embed the swastika and wreath in the plinth, so you just have the eagle. That would be a good way of showing contempt for the Nazis and not destroying a historic artifact. Anyway. And yes, people saying it's, there are traditional the swastika wasn't a Nazi invented symbol. It goes back further, but unfortunately or unfortunately, depending on your point of view, mostly unfortunately, it nowadays in modern parlance it represents one very specific thing, and for flip's sake. Anyway. Melanie 16040, are you sure the Long Lance torpedoes use liquid oxygen? I could have sworn they use compressed gaseous oxygen. You may well be right. It may well be compressed oxygen. Let's just double check that. Because oxygen fuel, you usually think liquid oxygen, and it certainly was dangerous enough. Okay, yeah, you're right. It is compressed oxygen, so very, very high pressure oxygen, not necessarily liquid oxygen. Good catch there. Thank you very much. Captain Seafoot pointing out, Mikasa did actually blow up. Yes, true. She did blow up. That is a good point. She was rebuilt though, so okay. Yeah, I suppose Micasa's in the running then for damaged museum ships. Melrose and Vassar being brought back from the dead. Yeah, they did sink, albeit they are museum wrecks, not museum ships. Yeah. No, I think in general point, Micasa's probably obviously by dint of having actually exploded, it was in even worse case than Belfast. My only hesitation with that is that how much of Mikasa could still be called a ship and how much is basically a steel installation on land, given the absolute gutting she's had over the years before being brought back. I mean, I suppose at some point I'll eventually get out to see her and make a closer judgment, but I'm always slightly sad for poor old Mikasa in that, you know, it's the only pre-dreadnought battleship we've got left, but there's so little of her left. Compared to, you know, most museum ships. So we're slightly... Oh, actually, we've hit 3 hours pretty much precisely. So one grumpy boy's in Adelaide. Vladimir pointing out 6:53 Sydney time. Right, okay, so let's talk about the Australia trip for a little bit, and depending on how we go, we'll see if we pick up. So just before we start the Australia trip, I will announce now, let me pull up my sheet, that there will be a trip to the US, another one, believe it or not, in September, mostly because I'm going to the HINSA conference, which is on the 18th through 21st, I believe, or my 19th through 21st, something like that. The current plan is... Open, you blasted thing. The current plan is to fly out on the 10th of September, which will be... Oh, I will actually be officially a year older at that point. How old will I be? I can't even remember. Anyway, and so, yeah, I will fly out. Again, plans may change, but the plan, in theory, at the moment for the US trip is fly to Seattle on the 10th, and then I'll be in the Seattle-Bremerton area for 3 days, 11th through the 13th. There's a Forrest Sherman-class destroyer as a museum ship and a bunch of other cool stuff to see there. Then between the 14th and the 17th, this is a little bit... this is a little bit up in the air. I may try and get to the Chicago Museum to see their Type 9 U-boat. I will be ideally trying to get to USS Cod, the brig Niagara, and hopefully Buffalo to see USS Little Rock, because I've been to see Sullivan's already. I am aware that those 4 things in 4 days is rather ambitious, so I'm trying to figure out which ones I can plausibly do. So that's a bit up in the air at the moment. Then there is the HINSA conference, Historical Naval Ships Association conference, and then from there, obviously seeing USS Slater as well. There are a few things on the East Coast to do. So I'm going to have a chat with Ryan, see if he'll have me back on USS New Jersey again, and see if we can time that to any specific point. Then there's also, I need to revisit the Tin Can Sailors. They're over kind of Massachusetts way. So the logistics of that is going to be a bit fun. And I think there's a couple of other bits and pieces I want to revisit down the East Coast, and I do need to get down back to Charleston to see USS Laffey in her natural environment. So all of that will kind of be towards the end of September, and then obviously heading back home again. So it is a little bit up in the air whether I go to the National Archives in Washington, revisit a few other places. That's all a bit around. So anyway, that's a broad thing. But going back to don't forget to read. Oh yeah, that's the point. No, my passport is good for this year. I'll have to check whether my ESTA visa needs renewing actually before heading over to the US. Jeff Bybee says, if you visit America often, can we keep you? I don't know. I don't do very well being locked up in small confined spaces. I do like visiting the States though. And I think there will probably be in the future at least one US visit a year, as long as I can afford it. Probably mostly nowadays will be in around September, based around the HINSA conference. But we'll see how things go going forwards, because obviously the thing is, the HINSA conference moves around a lot, which means that I can adjust my tour to that kind of area, which will then allow me to visit different museum ships, because you guys have a lot of them. Anyway, we were supposed to be talking about Australia, so let's talk about Australia. Republic of New Carolina Joint Chiefs of Staff asks, while you were in Australia, did you try Vegemite? No. I am anathema to vegetables, or vegetables are anathema to me, one of the two. So anything with veg in the name is not going to be sampled by me ever, if I can help it. Knight 6831 saying, how will you pay for it, Drac? You mean the trip to the States from savings? Yeah, the reason we had to crowdfund the Australia trip is just because the costs of getting to Australia are phenomenal. To give you some idea, that vague outline of an America trip, the flights to and from the States, plus internal flights around the States, plus car hire, plus accommodation for all of that time period, would be less than just the cost of the there and back flight ticket to Australia, let alone the internal flights, accommodation, etc., 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 while we were in Australia. You know, going to the States and going to Australia is a whole world of difference. It's almost an order of magnitude difference in expense. So yeah, saving up money for a trip to the States is comparatively, I mean, you still have to save carefully, but it's comparatively a lot easier than saving to go over to Australia. Now, Ramal asking, can you launch P-40s and land them on carriers? Launch, yes. Recover, questionable. I mean, you could recover Hurricanes, so theoretically you could recover P-40s. They're not designed for it, though. So anyway, Australia. So the Australia trip was really good. We visited Melanie 169040. Well, I do have savings from my time as an engineer. Let's put it that way. And, you know, YouTube, even though YouTube income is abysmal compared to what it was a year ago, YouTube has been relatively kind. I mean, you know, I'm not living the high life in, you know, Aston Martins and everything, but I think this is the thing. That part of the reason why I can afford some of these overseas trips is because, you know, YouTube and Patreon essentially pay my wages now, but I live my life pretty much in general, pretty much the same way I've always lived it. You know, mortgage, energy bills, car bills, you know, don't really splash out. And so any extra money I get can basically go into, which is what I've always said I would do, any extra money I get goes into either the books or into trips to mean I get more knowledge and I get to meet you guys and I get to boost the income of various museum ships. So, you know, it's just what you choose to do with, what I choose to do with that. Anyway, Australia. Yeah, so we went to Perth first. So to give you some idea of the various videos that are going to come up. From Perth, I went on a day trip to Albany, which most Australians look horrified at the thought of doing because it's a 4-hour drive there and back. Very, very kind subscriber took me, actually, which was just as well because I was shattered from the flight in. We didn't hit any kangaroos. Fortunately, the rain meant they stayed away from the roads, but we saw the Brig Amity replica and the Museum of the Great Southern, and the Anzac Memorial they've got there because, of course, the first Anzac convoys left from Albany Harbour. So there'll be videos on all of that. There's at least 2 videos from that day alone. Then we went to the Western Australian Maritime Museum. They've got 2 different museums, one general maritime museum, one on shipwrecks. So there's at least 2, possibly 3 videos coming out of that because one of at the Shipwrecks Museum, they had a special exhibition on from a chap that I'm hoping to get on the channel as an interviewee at some point later this year, because he has the most wonderful collection of, I think it's 1 to 192 scale ships, basically almost every ship, not every individual ship, but almost every ship class for the early to mid 20th century Royal Australian and Royal Navies. They are fantastically detailed, incredibly accurate, and I was looking at them going, wow, this guy's been building model ships for a very, very long time. This is really, really good, and he's been modifying them. And then I found out that no, these models were not plastic kits or resin kits that he'd put together. He'd actually built these things from the plans using balsa wood and cardboard, at which point I was looking at them going, okay, this is a whole other level of skill. This is insane, frankly, that somebody is capable of doing this, and I definitely have to share this with the wider naval history community because it's absolutely fantastic. And so hopefully he'll be on talking about what he's done there. So that was Perth. Oh, and we went to Rottnest Island where we met a bunch of quackers who were very fun. But the main point of the visit wasn't actually to meet the quackers, although they are very cute. The main point of the visit was to go and visit the shore defense batteries at the heart of the island, which were also very interesting to look at. There's a 9.2 inch gun up there, which was quite fun. Yeah, that'll do. Right, let's get rid of you and put in photos. Australia. Oh yeah, quackers, zero fear of humans. To be fair, they're very well protected. There's signs and enforcement. You do not interfere with the quackers, but I think the quackers know this. They flat out do not care. They will just walk straight past you if they want. So there you go. Right, that's that. That's that. So yeah, there we go. There is a quacker. This is one I photographed. Here's one I met earlier. He's a very happy thing. Now, that's actually koalas. Koalas were one of the things I didn't see. We saw some kangaroos at a distance, which was just as well, because most of the time, if we had seen kangaroos, the only other option from a distance would have been over the bonnet of the car, which I'd rather not. We did see a couple of emus. I saw one being chased by a herd of sheep. That was very funny. Didn't see any poisonous wildlife. The closest we came to seeing poisonous wildlife was a sign in a gun battery around the Melbourne area, which said, "We've seen a poisonous snake here at some point in the last couple of weeks. Keep an eye out," but we didn't see anything ourselves. Saw a bunch of very interesting birds. A lot of Australian birds seem to be black and white. Not entirely sure what's going on with that, but they're either black and white or massively colourful, which is a bit of a weird thing. Sean Riley says, "Did you meet up with Ocean Liner Designs?" Yes, I'm pretty sure I did. Yes, so yeah, I'm pretty sure I've watched pretty much all of those. Sorry, I'm sure I did meet up with Ocean Liner Designs. Met up with a few different, lots of interesting subscribers. So where were we? That was Perth. So that was Rottnest Island. Then we went over to Melbourne. What do we see in Melbourne? Melbourne was Castlemaine. Flip me, Castlemaine is in an absolutely brilliant state of preservation. I said at the time, and I'll say it again, if someone had told me that Castlemaine had been kind of the prized antique flagship of the Royal Australian Navy, and they'd handed her straight over to the museum from the Navy in tip-top shape, I would have flat out believed them. Castlemaine is a superb vessel. And then I was told, no, actually, Castlemaine was basically a rust bucket on a par with Warrior when they got hold of her, and the museum has basically rebuilt her to the state she's in. Good grief, have they done a good job. It is one of the best preserved ships I've ever been on. It's really, really good. I cannot emphasize that enough. Spent a really fun day there. Found out that Australian fish and chips is also really good. Thanks for the recommendation if you're watching. And then the next day, a very kind subscriber took us around to the gun batteries that defended Melbourne in the past historically. That's where we saw the warning for the snake. We also saw the wreck of HMS J7, a very early submarine, which of all things is bizarrely rusting away quietly in the middle of a private yacht marina. But there you go. So there's a video on J7 there. There's a video on Castlemaine. There's a video on the Melbourne defences. Then we saw the wreck of HMS Cerberus, so I could do a long video on that. That was really interesting. You so close yet so far. Nearly lost the drone to wind filming that, but didn't, so that was good. So that was Melbourne. Then we were up in Brisbane for 2 days. We were up at the Queensland Maritime Museum. They were really, really accommodating. They've got lots of interesting stuff within their displays. And, of course, they have Diamantina and a lightship in their dry dock. They've got various other ships and bits of ships next to it, and all their internal stuff. We were able to give talks. The talks were videoed. I'm going to still have to check what image quality they came out with, but hopefully if they came out well, we'll be able to host those as well. There's at least 2 or 3 videos from that, including one on the museum itself. That's Queensland Maritime Museum. Yeah, that was that was fun. It was also the hottest area, unsurprisingly. It's the most northern. My drone did encounter a bit of a setback there because it ran afoul of a gum tree. But strangely enough, despite having a chunk taken out of one of its props, continued to fly perfectly fine. Then we went down to Sydney. In Sydney, we went down again, courtesy of a very kind subscriber. We're driven down to Nowra for the Australian Fleet Air Arm Museum. And then we visited HARS, Historic Aircraft Restoration Society, on the way back up. They've got an entire 747, amongst other things, and more flyable aircraft than you can shake a stick at. One thing I noticed, like, the Australians seem to be better at preserving British-built stuff than we are in Britain. I swear, I saw more Sea Furies just in my relatively limited tour of Australian museums that involved aircraft than there are Sea Furies in the UK, and a good chunk of those Sea Furies were flyable. Oh, there's also what's it called? There's a aircraft museum in Melbourne as well that we visited. That was really fun. They've got a full intact Beaufighter and a Canberra and all sorts of things. So then, where were we? Back in Sydney. So Sydney, the Sydney National Maritime Museum. Oh my goodness, I could have spent like a fortnight there. They let us have access to their archives. They've got the Dovkin, which is a replica of a 16th century Dutch galleon, which I got to sail around in Sydney Harbour. They've got a replica of Endeavour, obviously Captain Cook's ship. They've got Crate, which is a Spec Ops ship from World War II. They've got yet another O-class submarine. For some bizarre reason, the O-class are really well preserved across Canada, the UK, and Australia. They've got, of course, Vampire, Daring-class destroyer, a bunch of other small museum ships. They've got an Attack-class patrol craft. They've got a pretty darn good museum. They had a whole Lego shipwrecks section while I was there, which I think is going on for a while. They've got loads of other bits and pieces around there. We could have spent we did spend a long time there, and we could have spent a lot more time there. Then I went off for a day trip to Canberra, so I saw the Australian War Memorial, the public area, again, courtesy of a very kind subscriber, and got into the back lots where they keep all the stuff in storage. Discovered something I didn't think was actually possible, because the one remaining tribal class is, of course, HMCS Hyder over in Canada, but her main armament has been refitted to twin 4-inch. So there's no twin 4.7. So I'd been under the impression the only tribal grade twin 4.7-inch mounts were the ones that are still on the wrecks of various tribals down in the deep sea. But it turns out that when they were scrapping HMAS Arunta, they just basically took half her upper works. So there's a full tribal 4.7-inch mount just sitting in a warehouse in Canberra. So yeah, that's a very quick version. And of course, we had in each of the cities we visited, we also had a dedicated subscriber evening dinner. That actually worked out really well, and I think that's something I'm going to try and incorporate into future trips, because of course, people are welcome to and did come and visit us and say hi while we were on the ships during the day. But of course, these trips, for the most part, obviously because they're 5 weekdays and only 2 weekends days, are mostly taking place during the weekdays, during the day, during what for most people is their office job or other working hours. Obviously for me, it's actually also working hours, because I'm recording bits and learning about the ships. But not everybody can get a day off work to come and say hi, whereas evening time, where everyone meets up for dinner at a reasonably priced but good quality restaurant, those seem to go very well. So I think where possible in future trips, I am going to arrange at least one evening dinner at a restaurant for people to come and say hi in each city that I visit where possible. So that was definitely a highlight as well. And yeah, that's a very quick sort of what would you call it? A summary of the Australia trip. Really, really good. Really enjoyed it. For those of you who are watching now in Australia who may have come and said hi, I know I can see some of you who are there, and obviously those of you who, because obviously it's stupidly early in the morning in Australia, who may be watching this later on. Hello. Great meeting everybody. HMS Verdun saying, how loud were the squealing sounds upon seeing a 4.7-inch tribal turret coming from the vicinity of Dr. Clark? Well, this was the interesting thing. I went up to Canberra because I had to come home first, because I was then over at Tank Fest immediately after. So I had to come home first, which meant I went up to Canberra on the Monday, just before I came away. And then Dr. Clark and Gareth, I think, went up on the Thursday. So I teased him by sending him a photo of the 4.7-inch turret, but then he had to cool his heels for the next 4 days before he could go and see it himself. So yeah, Melanie 16040. I didn't personally sail Duvkin around Sydney Harbour, but they do have an excursion. It's about a 3-4 hour excursion, where basically you get a ticket and you go aboard it, and they have a crew that sail it round. The wonderful thing about Duvkin is because she's a replica, she does have an engine, so she can sail against the wind, whichever direction that's necessary to be. In this case, it was sailing against the wind to get out of Sydney Harbour, but then when she spun around in the middle of the harbour to come back again, they switched off the engine, hoisted sail, and we sailed most of the way back. Which I must admit was a slightly odd experience, because Duvkin is not the world's largest ship, but she's still relatively large. I've not been on a pure sailing vessel that large before, and I'll tell you this much, it took a little bit of getting used to, because if you've been on ships a lot and you're used to the engine noise and the vibration, and that gives you some idea of how quickly you're traveling and where you're going, etc., etc., and then you're on a sail vessel and there's none of that, there's just the sail, and you think, it's, especially on a ship of about that size or larger, it's difficult to feel the motion, like the forward motion of the ship. So you think you're not going anywhere until you look around and you realize, oh, that landmark was way ahead before, and now we're parallel to it. And then you pay very close attention, you realize you are actually moving, but in a much calmer, more steady way than under power. Knight 6831 says the UK has a bow fighter in Canberra's. Yeah, but Australia's got lots of them, And what I mean by that, Melbourne Museum, that Melbourne Air Museum is a relatively small museum. It's a really good museum, actually, very interactive. They let you get in quite a few of the aircraft. But that's a very small museum, and it's got a bow fighter. Bow fighters are relatively rare in the UK. There's a bow fighter at the Australian War Memorial. We saw at least 2 others in various places. I think we saw about 4 Canberras. Most of these aircraft, in fact, all of the aircraft that we saw that are British built, there are ones of them in the UK. My point is that there are a lot of them in Australia, despite the fact Australia actually had fewer of them to start with. But then again, especially at the Canberra War Memorial, there's a lot of other stuff which theoretically by rights has no business being in Australia. Like there's a Messerschmitt 262, there's a bunch of World War I biplanes and so forth, and the best explanation that anyone can come up with is essentially when the Anzacs were coming home at the end of World War I and World War II, because there wasn't quite the same rush to get them home as there was to get them out there, instead of all being packed into troop ships and sent off, absolute packed to the gunwales with men, it seemed to be more of a case of, well, this ship is heading back to Australia, so whatever, there's some spare capacity, let's stick some Anzacs on there and send them home. And the Anzacs seem to take this as, okay, well, therefore there is some spare cargo capacity. Well, nobody is at this particular point calling dibs on that thing over there and guarding it, so therefore it is ours, and therefore it ends up in Australia. They've got the world's only surviving A7V, the German weirdly shaped tank from World War I. You might expect the Germans to have one. No. You might expect the British or the French to have one, maybe captured in battle. No. It's in Australia. And about half the Red Baron's aircraft is as well. And the 262 actually is, and they've got 109 as well. And apparently the 262 and the 109 that they've got are both the only examples left in the world with their original paint schemes. Because I think the 262 that's in Germany got painted over at some point. But yeah, the 262 and the 109 they are verified, have never been touched in terms of paint. So if you want to know what a ME 109 or a Messerschmitt 262 looked like in World War II, You can literally go and look at them in their original paint in Australia. Well, you can do once they put them back together and put them out in public, because they're both in the back room of the Australian War Memorial. Yeah, not shaped for sportive tricks, commenting on the Oberons. I just find it really weird, because with the best will in the world, the Oberons didn't accomplish a huge... they did accomplish a huge amount. Most of it's probably classified, but they didn't accomplish anything particularly notable, partly because the Cold War never went hot. They didn't sink anything major. There's not... In terms of the history of submarines, the Oberons aren't up there with, a Gator or a T-class or something like that. And yet, somehow, a good chunk of their production run has been preserved across 3 different countries. It's just slightly odd. Chief Flappy asks, where could I find any records about Royal Navy beach groups during Operation Overlord, specifically their signals groups? Were there crew lists for these or war diaries? Oh, the beach teams. Dr. Clark would be better able to answer that one in particular, but my default response would be first check the National Archives in Kew, because they'll tell you if you'll be able to find if they've got them, but also Kew has does have the digital archives, or at least their listings for a number of other archives. So if they're not in Kew, it might still show up on the Kew National Archives search, but say, you actually need to go to the Churchill archives or somewhere like that. And if they're not on the National Archives search register, then my next port of call would probably be the Portsmouth archives, the Royal Navy archives down there. If neither of those have them, I'd be very suspicious as to whether they exist at all. Because those are the 2 institutions that I would strongly suspect would be the ones that have them. Yeah, that would be where I would start off. The Stoned Abbot, who is your favourite Beatle? The Stag. The Stag Beatle is my favourite Beatle. Honestly, or if you're talking about the actual band, I would probably go with Ringo Starr, purely because Ringo Starr narrated the Thomas the Tank Engine, the original good Thomas the Tank Engine TV series, which I watched a lot as a kid. Alan Nilsson says, wasn't an Australian machine gunner credited with downing the Red Baron? That makes sense. Well, yeah, his plane certainly crashed near a bunch of Australians who'd been shooting at him. There's obviously an ongoing debate who actually fired the bullet that killed the Red Baron, but yeah, the Red Baron's triplane crashing next to a bunch of Australian troops would explain why most of it seemed to make its way over to Australia in various bits. Mr. Big says, were there ever any plans for a 3rd Nelson class, or was there only 2? There were only 2 planned because there was a stipulation in the Washington Treaty that Britain was going to be the only country to be able to build 16-inch ships after the treaty had been signed, and it's specified saying there are going to be 2 of them. So, yeah, there were only ever going to be 2 Nelsons. Knight 6831, would it be accurate to say that a Taranto with HMS Illustrious and her 15 full miles and 18 Swordfish, plus Eagle and her 6 Sea Gladiators and 18 Swordfish, turning the Italian fleet to scrap, will tell Mussolini surrender or continue and face what else we can throw at you? I don't think it would force Mussolini's hand. If you've got another bunch of Swordfish doing more damage to the Italian fleet, it would be really bad for them. But of course, the Italians were able to recover and rebuild almost all the ships that were damaged at Taranto. If they're more damaged, it might take longer, or some of them might be write-offs. But there probably would still be at least 1 or 2 capital ships floating around. And of course, you've still got the Italian cruisers, destroyers, submarines, etc. And most of the Italian war effort, to be fair, at that stage was more concerned with the fighting in North Africa, which you don't need battleships to do. It would be a big knockback for the Italians. They wouldn't be able to undertake many offensive efforts with the bulk of their capital ships on the seabed. but they've probably still got enough forces to try and protect their convoys running to and from whichever port they're going to in North Africa at any particular month. CringePog asks, would you ever consider coming to New Zealand, or is it too expensive for too little? In terms of naval history, a naval history oriented tour, yeah, New Zealand is probably a bit too far with not a huge amount of return, as far as I understand it. There are some naval history elements in New Zealand, but not enough to justify a specific trip there. New Zealand is one of the places I've wanted to visit personally for a personal holiday, so maybe at some point I'll head there and incidentally look at the naval history, but yeah, that's pretty much how it is. Ooh. Sean Riley, could you recommend some sources on German auxiliary cruisers? Yes. Where has it gone? Where's that book? Right, yes. So there's a book by Paul Schmalenbach, I think it says pronounced, German Raiders, A History of Auxiliary Cruisers of the German Navy 1895 to 1945, which was published by USNI Press. It's a little bit of an older one, and of course, as the name suggests, it also covers World War One. But it's a pretty darn good read. What else? I mean, there's Hitler's Secret Pirate Fleet, The Deadliest Ships of World War II by James Duffy, which is a little sensationalist, but a little bit more up to date. It was published in this century. There's a number of different books about specific German raiding vessels, so you can look at those, but obviously that doesn't overlook the Hilfskreuzer as a whole. The main thing with the Schmalenbach book is that it covers a lot of the reasons why the Germans are taking lessons from World War One, and then in the interwar period setting up their plans for further merchant raiders, and then that leads into World War II. So if you see the video that I actually did on the Hilfskreuzer, that book supplied a fair bit of the information for that. So those would be my recommendations as far as that is concerned. Mark Bass says you didn't like George Carlin as the Thomas narrator. That may well have been I don't know, that may have been a regional thing. All the stuff that I saw back in the late 80s, early 90s when I was a small child, you can almost remember the intro. I can certainly remember the theme song, but it was always with storyteller Ringo Starr. I mean, up until I was about 12 or 13, I thought Ringo Starr was just a narrator and storyteller. I didn't actually, when the first time I looked up the Beatles, I thought, oh, Ringo Starr, that's interesting. He's got that guy's got the same name as the guy who narrated all the Thomas, the tank engine stuff, and then found out it was the same person. Oh dear. Sean Quigley pointing out U505 is only 3 hours away from USS Cobia, and that has a cross-lake ferry service on SS Badger. Its home port is only an hour or so from Muskegon, however that's pronounced. Muskegon has USS Silversides and an LST, then cross Michigan to Ohio, but about 24 hours, but you can fit it in time to rest as well. I mean, it's worth looking at. I mean, as I say, I am somewhat flexible on that schedule. It's just a question of I have four to 5 days between when I leave Bremerton and when I need to be at USS Slater for the Hinsa conference. So it's a case of figuring out what do I want to see and when, and what can I fit into the schedule. I'll probably be doing a sort of a little consultation on Discord with people to try and iron that out a bit further down in the month, because I do need to be booking. I need to be booking flights by the end of the month, to be perfectly honest, if I'm going there. And I don't want to pay stupid amounts. Knight6831 says, is it accurate to say we have no idea what the Malta class would have actually been? Not entirely. We do have a fair bit of information available from the design process. We do know what the theoretical final frozen design for the Malta class was, but there were a couple of stages where they said this is what we're going to build as the Malta class, and what they had finally ordered as the Malta class was just another stage of that. And what the Malta class would actually have been, it's possible it would have been that final design approximately. It's possible they would have revised the design yet again. So we can say with a reasonable degree of certainty what the Malta class carriers would have been, but it's only a reasonable degree of certainty. It's entirely possible they would have changed their minds yet again, and secondly, given that the Maltas would have followed on from the Audacious's, and Eagle was held, Ark Royal was held back. Eagle was launched first, but then Ark Royal was held back to have an early angled flight deck installed. Whatever the Maltas were actually ordered as, it's almost certain they wouldn't have emerged from the shipyards as it. I would say with a fairly high degree of confidence that the Malta class, if they had been ordered, would have been paused and modified on the stocks to at least include an angled flight deck. So, and what that would have looked like is anybody's guess. You haven't missed, Stephen Richard, you haven't missed anything about OceanGate. We were talking about Australia first because it's a bit of a more cheerful subject. Creative Time Wasting asks, was the identity of the sniper who shot Admiral Nelson ever known? There are a few candidates, but as with most controversial things from that far back in history, there's a lot of argumentation going on about it. There's, I think, 2 names that are usually advanced as the identity of the sniper who shot Admiral Nelson. But then there's about 3 different theories as to what happened to him. There are some accounts that say he was almost immediately counter-sniped by a Royal Marine and therefore didn't survive more than 5 minutes after he'd shot Admiral Nelson. There's some accounts that he survived the battle, but something happened to him between then and when the ships reached shore. And there's other accounts that he survived the battle and went on to live a long and happy life back in France. So yeah, if you ask people who are dedicated to one or the other, they will tell you, yes, this is definitely him. But at least from what I've looked into it myself, I would say there's a small field of possibility as to who it might have been and what his fate was. And he probably was one of those people. I personally don't commit to any particular one at this stage. Glenn Ricafrente asks, after the counties were up-armoured, how much did they displace? And in that state, how did their displacement compare with the overweight Axis cruisers that cheated treaty limits from the outset? So adding the 4.5-inch continuous belt and the various other minor armour upgrades they did, depending on how you look at it, probably added something in the vicinity of between 350 and 450 tons to their overall displacement, which is a fair amount considering, I mean, that's, 4 to 5% of their total displacement previously. Plus, of course, they substituted, most of them substituted, because I don't think Canberra actually ended up getting that upgrade, but the ones that did get the full upgrade package, they had the 4.5-inch belt, They substituted single 4-inch for twin 4-inch for their anti-aircraft guns. They got extra anti-aircraft armament, generally radar, etc., etc. I think going into World War II, as long as you ignore the something of a disaster that was HMS London, I believe that the counties were displacing something between 10,500 and 11,000 tons standard by the time all their pre-war upgrades were done and their immediate early war upgrades. That went up a bit with obviously more light and medium anti-aircraft, more radar, etc., etc. By the end of the war, a lot of the counties had their aft superfiring turret removed to try and save weight. So I think by the time you get to the end of the war, you're probably looking at between 11 and 12,000 tons standard for a county class, depending on obviously which county class. London was a little bit more overweight than that. How do the displacements then compare with the cruisers that treated the treaty limit? I think by the end of the war, especially if they had retained their all 4 main gun turrets, the counties would have been comparable in displacement to some of the Italian heavy cruisers that were cheating the treaty, but they still wouldn't have come anywhere close to the displacement of the hippers. The hippers are, another case study in horrendous inefficiency. They're okay-ish heavy cruisers, but much like Bismarck, they're okay-ish, as in they can go toe-to-toe with most of the other full-size treaty heavy cruisers, but they do so on a massively greater displacement. Alexander Makovics asks, have you considered ever doing sea battlefield tours, e.g. the Solomons, Battle of Savo Island, Surigao Strait, that sort of thing, relatively close to land? Kind of, but looking out a flat, relatively hopefully flat bit of sea where a battle once took place is not... It doesn't hold a huge amount of attraction for me, to be honest. If it was a sea battlefield tour where I wouldn't necessarily say taking a manned submarine down, but maybe if there was some ROV footage of some of the wrecks or something, that might be a bit more interesting. But there is a bit of a difference between sea battlefields and land battlefields. The sea battlefields obviously is like, well, the sea. There's not a lot really to look at. If it was a sea battlefield tour with a really good narrator telling you about it, then yeah, I would consider going on something like that. I know John Partial does some of those, which would be quite interesting. But it would also be what kind of ship was I going out on, because, with the best will in the world, you're not getting me on a cruise liner. An ocean liner, like Queen Mary II, you could persuade me to step on board, but the big floating hotel blocks at sea that are the world's cruise liners, there are some things I would rather not do in comparison, like gouging my own eyes out with a wooden spoon. But there are relatively few things that are lower on my preference list than going to see one of those floating norovirus traps. RK says, I recently read Japanese Destroyer Captain by Tamichi Hara. Have you read it, and what did you think? Yes, my copy is up there. I think it's pretty good. I've said before, he's a pretty good source. As far as memoirs go, he presents a relatively fair picture of things, but you do have to look out for two things, one of which is that the battles he describes, he's describing his perception of the battle. So it may not necessarily be 100% accurate as to what everyone was actually doing and why. And also, as with a lot of stuff that came up from Axis military personnel, it's very easy to blame a bunch of higher-ups who either died or were imprisoned afterwards for a lot of the faults. Now, it may very well be that it was actually their fault, and ultimately the buck does stop with high command. But I would say it's definitely worth a read with the caveats, with those two caveats. Be prepared to realize that it is a personal account with all the implicit biases that implies. Anel Starsevic, I think, asks, will you ever visit the river monitor Sava-Bogrod? She opened World War I by firing the first shells on Belgrade. I do actually want to visit that river monitor. I've already seen Leitha in Budapest, so yeah, I do actually want to visit her at some point. Probably in a Southern Europe-ish tour. Everyone's saying don't get into submarine tours. Probably a good idea. Mr. Big, had there been no Washington Treaty, would there have been more Nelsons? No, if there had been no Washington Treaty, there wouldn't have been any Nelsons. There would have been G3s and N3s. The Nelsons were O3, which was the cut-down battleship blend, because you had obviously N3 and G3. And when it became clear that you weren't going to get those, they came up with a bunch of designs to fit the 35,000 ton limit, which was F2 and F3, going backwards from G3, which were battle cruisers pretty much built like the Nelsons, but with F2 had twin 15-inch turrets and F3 had three triple 15-inch turrets. And then O3 was kind of a little bit of N3, but mostly an actual reworking of G3 with obviously the three 16s, and that's what they ended up going with. But without the Washington Treaty, there's no reason to do that. Val Fuspin says, did you run into Animarchy whilst you were down in Australia? No, I did not, unfortunately. Colin Cameron, did you visit Cook's Landing? No, unfortunately we didn't have the time. It was a bit of a drive away, and we had to prioritise. Sean Riley, were the Fubukis the dreadnoughts of the destroyer world, and if not, what was? Kind of, yes. In as much as they did mark a bit of a step change in size and firepower, and obviously firepower in terms of both guns and torpedoes in their case, and overall capability. So, yeah, in a way they were. Yeah. The only thing I would say where they're not quite is that Dreadnought, as well as having more and being bigger and being faster, also embraced a step change in the tactics of how you fought a battleship engagement, whereas the Fubukis didn't really change the way destroyers fought engagements or were expected to fight engagements. It just did so with more capability. So yeah, they're about as close to as you're going to get, but not quite exactly the same. But it's fair to say the Fubukis are kind of a dreadnought moment for destroyers as a general point. Anel Starcevich asks, why were the Hippos so heavy in the first place? Partly, again, just the fact the Germans did have a bit of an expertise gap when it came to designing ships, thanks to the Versailles Treaty and so forth. And partly also just to kind of an escalating, almost chasing your own tail series of design decisions. Because if you want to go at a certain speed with a certain power plant, with a certain amount of armor, with a certain primary battery and a certain secondary battery, if you can't quite fit all of that into a 10,000 ton hull, which realistically you couldn't, then you end up expanding the hull to accommodate. But if you expand the hull is now heavier, which means your armor the hull is heavier and larger, which now means your armor has to stretch further to cover your citadel, which means now your armor is heavier, and now displacement gone up even further, which means you need even more power. And so if you need more power, your machinery has to be larger, and more machinery means you need more fuel to maintain the range. But then now the hull's gone up again, which means you need to expand the armor, which makes you heavier, which means you need to have more machinery, and this round and round it goes. And then you get to the point of, oh yeah, and by the way, now the hull's got so big we should stick some more weapons on it because it's looking a bit sparse, and up and up and up you go. It's very easy to get trapped in that upward spiral. And to a certain extent, that's kind of what happened to the poor old hippers. Knight6831 says, so the transcript between the Titan and the Polar Prince, this is the OceanGate stuff, has come out, and it appears to show the Titan was descending too quickly. I think I've seen that transcript. I'm a little suspicious of how authentic it is, if we're talking about the same transcript. To be fair, I haven't been following that particular story for the past week or so. It kind of all died down once I started fishing bits of the wreckage back ashore. So if the transcript has been confirmed, then I haven't seen it. I've only seen one supposed transcript, which I was a little leery of whether it was actually authentic. Nick Trains 22. I know you mainly deal with warships, but do you know how to research merchant ships during the Age of Sail? Yes, to a certain degree, because certainly earlier on, up until maybe the start of the 1600s, the dividing line between warship and merchant ship is a very thin one, if it's there at all. So the study of one is kind of the study of the other. Once you get past that into the mid-1600s and onwards, obviously things do start to diverge a fair bit. But you do have some fairly large organisations that cover a lot of different merchant ship types. The Dutch East India Company, the British East India Company, for example. Albeit that if you wanted to research classic Age of Sail, i.e., let's say 1650 onwards merchant vessels, my particular way of researching those would probably be to go and find someone who's written a book or two about them and ask them. Because, yeah, once you've got into dedicated merchant marine stuff, that'd be starting up from the ground floor almost again. Fun Police saying Drac needs to design his own submarine if he's going to go on any underwater expedition. Well, I suppose that's actually considering we've now been going for 4 hours and it's 11 o'clock here, and we've spoken a fair bit about Australia, and I did say I'd speak briefly about OceanGate. I suppose that's probably a good a lead-in as any. Yeah, so if someone had asked me now, fair, I am not a submarine engineer, so this is not 100% my field of expertise, but materials science, materials engineering does cross over quite heavily into my area of professional expertise, as per what my university degree says I can talk about. So if someone said, oh, we want to go down to the Titanic and we want you to design a submarine to take us there, my first point would be go and find someone who actually designs submarines for a living. Why are you asking me? But if you insisted on asking me, my starting point would be, okay, let's look at submarines that have gone down there before and survived. And let's base our design off of that, because, okay, you want it to be a passenger carrying sub, so it's got to be larger. Fair. I would personally look at Alvin, which is the mini sub that actually went down and found Titanic in the first place back in the 80s. Now, if you look at Alvin at its core is, pretty similar to a lot of small deep sea submarines in that it is essentially a titanium sphere with a few portholes in it, and then they've attached a casing and a sled and propellers and so forth to the outside. One of the really nifty features I like about Alvin is, of course, the titanium sphere is pretty much very buoyant on its own, and it has its own little ejection system. So if something went terribly, terribly wrong on Alvin, and the whole thing was sinking, you could just jettison pretty much the rest of the mini-sub, and your little sphere and a little bit of the casing would just pop to the surface under its own buoyancy, which is a pretty good fallback effort. Now, Alvin is 2-inch thick titanium, as if I recall correctly. So if somebody said, we want to build a bigger sub, I would have just gone, okay, here is Alvin. Alvin, but bigger. So big sphere, titanium sphere. Maybe make it out of 3-inch thick titanium to be on the safe side, because of course a larger sphere is going to be under more stress, because although the pressure will be the same, there's more surface area which is receiving that pressure. So just to be on the safe side, 3-inch thick titanium sphere, big sphere, and then build everything else around it with the same jettison mechanism where everything gets jettisoned and just the sphere pops up to the surface. That would be my starting point for a deep diving sub. Yeah, when it comes to OceanGate and Titan, to be fair, and I wasn't going to comment publicly on it at the time, because there are people far more detail qualified than me to go over that, as well as obviously being on. If you look on Twitter, suddenly everybody who was an expert on something else last week is magically an expert on deep sea submersibles this week. So yeah, the peanut gallery brigade were out in force as well. But in private, a few people did message me to say, while I was in Australia, have you seen what's happening with this sub? I looked at it, and looking back at my messages, within the first 5 minutes, I was just like, yeah, they're dead. I'm sorry, they just are. Submarines that deep, if they completely lose contact and go missing, that's not a good sign. Everything going missing at once usually means catastrophic failure, and catastrophic failure that deep usually means you've been turned into a pink paste, so gradually settling on the seabed, which, as it turns out, is exactly what happened. And then, yeah, the more I looked into it, the more I was just going, why, oh, why? Like, whoever designed this clearly was not an engineer, because, even in much more mundane engineering practices, differential materials that are under extreme stress, not a good idea. Not a good idea at all. You've got the fact, well, there's lots of stuff. There are carbon fiber submarines that do actually go down quite deep. Rather pointedly, they are unmanned, and they get checked and replaced quite a lot. But the first two things that struck out to me when the design specs of the Titan became widely known were, one, only a lunatic would use a carbon fiber tube for a deep sea submarine, for many reasons, one of which is carbon fiber, whilst it's okay in compression, the sort of the legendary strength of carbon fiber, and everyone sounds really sci-fi material and everything, is because it's really, really good in tension. It's nowhere near as good in compression. It's not quite the carbon fiber is useless and you're effectively just in an epoxy tube, but the epoxy does take most of the strain when carbon fiber is in compression. It's a strong material, but it's massively weaker in compression than it is in tension. And of course, when you're going down to the depths of the sea, it is in compression. And the other big factor, as I say, the differential materials. If you have titanium end caps attached to a carbon fiber tube, those materials are going to compress at different rates. That is going to put a huge amount of stress on the joins, and the joins are normally a weak spot anyway, and if you've compounded that weak spot by having two different materials moving at two different rates as they get under pressure, yeah, that that joint failing is almost an inevitability at some stage if you're going to put it under the kind of pressures that you're going to be doing going down to the Titanic. And that's before you get into the fact that as a composite material, if you put carbon fiber under massive stress, you are going to get micro delaminations. It's going to have a much, much shorter fatigue cycle under that kind of stress than a monolithic material like solid titanium or even solid high tensile steel. And on top of all of that, you've also got the fact that carbon fiber is insanely easy to damage compared to titanium. To use a very, very crude example, some people get carbon fiber doors for their cars. If that door gets dinged, for safety reasons, the door gets replaced, gets chucked. Whereas if you have a steel door on your car and it gets dinged, if you care at all, you can just panel beat it back out. You haven't really compromised the structural integrity of it. And again, this is composite versus monolithic materials. Carbon fiber, the individual components of carbon fiber are not particularly strong. As a whole, they are very strong, but their individual points being, relatively speaking, weak, means that if you subject them to a point force, and you can cause localized damage and possibly even destruction in a very specific area, and whilst that may not on most scales compromise the strength of the whole, if the whole is subject to extreme force, you've now created a stress point where it is just that little bit weaker, and then stress is going to accumulate there, and then things, very, very bad things start to happen. Now, obviously, there was a casing for the thing, but in very crude terms, if the casing was off, again, as a crude example, if somebody had a large wrench and they dropped that wrench from a gantry and it boinged off the titanium end cap, doesn't matter, really. You know, it's boinged off the cap, fine, whatever. Not going to compromise the sub. If you dropped a large wrench on the carbon fiber tube, I'm sorry, you will have created a weak spot. And when you're down to several hundred atmospheres of pressure, even the tiniest weak spot can spell the doom of you and everyone else aboard the thing. And I'm sorry also, but having an audio-based delamination warning system is the single stupidest safety system I've ever heard of. Because if you are, again, if you're down several kilometers under the water and your little system goes, "Hey guys, I can hear the hull delaminating and cracking around us," all you've done is tell everybody aboard, "Hey guys, you're all going to die." Because by the point the pressure has started to cause failures bad enough for your warning system to go, "Hey, the hull is coming apart around us," if you're 3 miles or however far the Titanic is down, it's going to take you a long time to get back up to the surface, even in the best of conditions. And whether the pressure is, 400 atmospheres, 300 atmospheres, 200 atmospheres, it's still a huge amount of pressure in that water column until basically you're almost right up to the surface. And yeah, at your rate of ascent versus by the time your system has picked up your hull failure, your hull's going to fail a lot faster than you're going to ascend. So yeah, at that point, all that system is doing is going, well, you've got, I don't know, anything between 5 seconds and 15 minutes before you're just going to go pop. So yeah, terribly designed vessel, in my opinion. To be honest, the miracle of the thing is it lasted as long as it did. It's just, yeah, it's a mess. Yeah, as a few people are pointing out, the only good thing, if you can say there is a good thing about that entire debacle, is that at the time the hull failed, the hull would have imploded faster than the human brain could actually process what was going on. So even if there were alarms going and blaring and the hull was audibly cracking around them, which would have been absolutely terrifying to be blunt. At the time of hull failure, no one would have, it wouldn't have been like a submarine movie where you get little jets of water going ping, 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 and all through, and everyone runs away. That's what happens when you're at comparatively shallow depths. When you're, several miles down, it's not even, hey, what's that cracking sound? And then you wake up in whatever afterlife you happen to believe in. It's a case of, I wonder if we're going to... And then your thought process just ends because, it's just gone. So at least that's... at least it was quick. And 4,633 Tears of Madness pointing out, spheres, like on Albin, spread out the pressure equally, whereas cylinders have multiple weak points. Yeah, exactly. There's a very good reason why almost every properly deep-sea sub uses a sphere. Spheres are great for resisting pressure. Right, so anyway, that's my rant about OceanGate. Done. So yeah, I'll take a couple of questions about that if anyone has any, and then it's at 11 here. We've been going for 4.25 hours, so I think what we'll do is we'll run until past, which actually therefore means, since we are in the final phase, computer library 20%. There we go. We're now at action stations, general quarters, lighting. So so there we go. That's the we'll do general questions for now for the next 20 or so minutes, and then we'll wrap it up. Michael Pietkowski asks, basically, submarines coming up fast, can the crew get the bends? What's the difference? Theoretically, kind of, but usually not, because you get the bends because your body is physically under pressure. If you're a diver, you're physically being compressed by the sea around you. That's what drives the nitrogen into your bloodstream. If you're in a submarine, although the atmospheric pressure will go up slightly, because obviously the hull will be being compressed very slightly, your body will not be under anything close to the pressure of a diver, even in relatively shallow water. So in theory, a submarine coming up too fast, you shouldn't have tremendously bad effects on the crew. Of course, if you go really, really deep, I don't necessarily know too much. As I say, I'm not a submarine engineer, although I know a reasonable amount about submarines that from the naval side that stay slightly higher up in the ocean. But as a materials engineer, it was mostly the materials and civil engineer. It's the materials part of the OceanGate sub that really offended me. It was so dumb. Sean Riley asking, what's the painting next to me? That painting. So that is a painting of, that's a painting I commissioned. So it's the only one in existence, and that is the Battle of Quiberon Bay. So the full painting will be revealed when I finally get round to actually doing the video on the Battle of Quiberon Bay. But yeah, that is currently a one-off. This is the only place you will ever see it. King Brock asks, would the Swedish Gotland style of seaplane cruisers be useful in the Pacific War? The Japanese certainly thought so, because that's what they tried to build Agano and Oyodo to, and to a lesser extent Tone. Theoretically, yes. But practically, as it turned out, no, because obviously the Tones were supposed to be the scouts for the fleet. Turns out the wheeled aircraft off of carriers were actually better at doing the scouting job for that. And the Aganos and Tones were supposed to support the submarine flotillas with recon aircraft, but that didn't tend to work out. Well, to be fair, mostly because by the time they were ready, the Japanese Navy had better things to do than worry about flagshipping lines of submarines that were getting chewed up by Aztec-equipped destroyer escorts. But, you know, I think for a Pacific war that maybe kicked off in 1939, without so much radar and with both sides slightly less prepared, then yes, having a bunch of seaplane carrying cruisers would have been very useful. But by the time you get to 42, 43 and radar's really beginning to kick in, it becomes much, much less useful. Renowned 1916 says, I read this book called Black Saturday and it tries to find out what sank Royal Oak. The writer believes it had an internal explosion and the U-boat torpedo was a cover-up as there was a U-boat around. I don't really buy that. I mean, it's possible that there was an internal explosion as Royal Oak went down. That's entirely possible. But, U-47 was in Scapa. Brian fired a bunch of torpedoes at Royal Oak, and the explosions that happened on Royal Oak happened when the timer ran out, when the calculated timer ran out for the second volley of torpedoes he sent through. So it would be a absolutely colossal coincidence for Royal Oak to suffer a bunch of internal explosions at exactly the right time to coincide with the track runs of a bunch of German torpedoes. And obviously then, of course, the hull is still down there. It has been inspected. The damage is consistent with torpedo strikes. As I said, it is possible, as with quite a few ships, actually, that Barham being a fairly spectacular example thereof, that there could be some form of additional internal explosion as the ship went down. But yeah, the idea that somehow Gunther Prien and U-47 were complicit in some extremely bizarrely coincidental cover-ups for Royal Oak just spontaneously exploding, no. I don't buy that. Melanie16040 asks, why wasn't there a West India East India Company? That was the South Sea Company, and that didn't end well. Yeah, the South Sea Company, that was an attempt to set up a large-scale company that, amongst other things, would do a lot of trade with the West Indies and other areas. The South Sea Bubble was a thing, and that was the end of that. And to be fair, the trading with, this is the other thing, the East India Company, whether it be the Dutch or the British East India Company or a bunch of other East India companies, the slight difference that's involved is that if you're trading in the West Indies, pretty much the West Indies and that whole surrounding area are controlled by various colonial powers. So it's usually a form of internal trade, which means that it's open, even in cases where the overall economies with mercantilism and everything were kind of semi-closed to outsiders. Almost anyone who had a trade vessel within that semi-closed economy could go and trade with the West Indies. If you belonged to, you could go to Jamaica if you were British and so on and so forth. Whereas going to the East Indies for a good chunk of the Classic Age of Sail, whilst there were colonial-held possessions, what they called factories in India, and various ports where they had trading rights and everything, for a good chunk of the Age of Sail, though, you still had to deal with local rulers. So it was trade with a foreign nation, even if that trade was facilitated at the dockside by areas controlled by Europeans. They were still having to deal with the locals as an independent entity. And that meant that because of this kind of slightly foreign trade going on, having a conglomerate, a single entity which was conducting a lot of that trade worked out a lot better and was a lot more possible. Obviously, as time went on, those areas gradually became subsumed into various people's empires. But that's actually at a surprisingly later stage of the Classic Age of Sail period overall. Sim Crawford says, I had lunch by Polly Woodside yesterday. I can't recall. Did you end up making it there? Unfortunately, we didn't, for reasons I will go into when I get around to doing a video on Melbourne. The circumstances, unfortunately, were a little bit silly and nothing to do with us. Captain Seaford asks, a few things I've been thinking about since your video on the search for HMS Captain. Are there any Central Battery Museum ships? Not as such. Not in terms of armoured Central Battery Museum ships. There are some late 19th century ships that have what you might describe as a central battery, HMS Gannet, for example, but she's not armoured. So it's not technically a central battery. It's central battery by dint of that's where most of the guns are, rather than there is any particular armour protection. I think there's not a tremendous amount of preserved ironclads, to be honest. But the thing is, most of the ironclads from that period, like Scorpion, Buffel, and Huascar, they're quite small vessels. So, yeah, I don't think there's any actual properly preserved Central Battery Museum ships. And could HMS Vanguard be raised and could she be preserved? Which Vanguard? If you mean the one that blew up in 1917, I don't even think most of the wreck is still there. But even if it is, it blew up. If you mean Captain, well, maybe it would be if the wreck that we're looking at is Captain, and if she's in the state I suspect she is in, then actually it would be possible to raise and preserve her. I don't think it would be done. She's down far too deep. It would be regarded as a grave, and you'd have to find, even disregarding that, you'd have to find somewhere to actually put her, and it would be quite a deep water recovery effort. I mean, it's not Titanic depth, but it's certainly a lot deeper than like Mary Rose or Vasa. But it would be one of these things where it's physically possible to do, but it's also not going to happen. I mean, for the same reason, HMS Victoria, nose down in the seabed, almost certainly has the structural strength to be raised and preserved, but no one's going to do it anytime soon. Renown 1916. Why didn't the Royal Navy use the Renown to fight the Congos? Renown was faster, had a similar broadside weight, and Renown could be used until the Iowas arrived. Basically, similar to the prolonged discussion we're having about potentially having vanguards around, the Royal Navy, whilst it had lots of capital ships, was quite short on fast capital ships for the number of potential fast capital ship opponents it was facing in the European theatre for a good chunk of the war. And so Renown was needed there. Once you get to the point where the Italians have bowed out of the war and a good chunk of the German fast capital ship fleet has been sunk, so you in theory can release ships over to go and fight the Japanese. Well, by that point, the Japanese are on a bit of the back foot anyway, and half the Congos have been sunk, so they're not really going to be sending a single Congo out to deal with Renown. Although I do agree, Renown versus Congo would be a very interesting fight. Right. Da-da-da. Mr. Big asks, in World of Warships there's a ship named Defense in development. Is there any realism behind it, or did the devs just make it up? Well, let's go and have a look. Tier 10 Special Supercruiser. What the bananas? Hypothetical development of the big cruiser designs created by British shipbuilders in the late 1930s, with the main gun caliber increased to 356 millimeters. Conceived as a response to the strengthening of the Japanese Navy, her main purpose is to counter enemy heavy cruisers. So it looks like it's got 3 twin turrets laid out all forward in a Nelson style configuration. That's 14 inch. Yeah, I think a hypothetical development of the big cruiser designs is accurate. I mean, yeah, that's... I mean, it kind of looks like a slightly miniaturized F2. What have they got the specs? Blah, 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 blah. 305 millimeter, so that's 12 inch. That is actually F2 spec. What have we got? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't care about that. I want to know how fast this thing is. Secondaries, 133, torpedo launchers, depth charge mobility, 33 knots. Of course, they don't have displacement, they just have hit points. I mean, I'd say looking at that, the resemblance to F2 really isn't so much of a coincidence, because the armor spec, the speed spec, and the appearance of this thing, I'm looking at it and going, that's basically a modernized F2, only with twin 14s instead of twin 15s for some bizarre reason. So, I mean, yeah, theoretically there is a historical precedent in some Royal Navy paper designs, but that particular combination and it being an outgrowth of the big cruiser designs, no, not so much. It's kind of actually like a question I was recording an answer to for a Drydock, which I think is coming up in the next couple of weeks, about Republique, in that Republique is a mishmash of different French design. So in and of itself it never existed, but the individual components existed separately and then they've thrown it together. So yeah, it's like if I was to summarize the defense cruiser there, I would say it's basically someone's dusted off the F2 design and dropped in King George V guns instead of the 15-inch for whatever reason. Hippity Hoppity asks, how do you do your research for your videos? What sources, and more specifically, where do you find your sources, especially for engineering videos? So, Resources can be digital books that I've got, a few of the more trusted websites that are mostly written and maintained by actual history authors, loads of papers and theses, etc. I've got about 40 or 50 gigabytes of PDFs, just of theses and papers that have been, and articles that have been written. You've got I've got access to a few things like JSTOR and Scribed, which give me access to a bunch of other books and papers and journals. Engineering videos, partly it's my own knowledge because I'm card-carrying degree qualified engineer, and partly, if I can do this without completely screwing up the cameras, hang on a second, computer, library, 100%, just putting the light back up again.
Okay.
So, it's partly, get off. Also, well, you've seen the library behind me, but also all of this, and tilty. There's this. There's a bit more there, but I can't tilt it down without breaking something. And all of that there. And oh, what have I done? And yeah, put that back. Computer library 20%.
Okay.
So yeah, there's all of that, and then there's a 3-foot pile of books there. There's several books there. There's books on the stairs. There's papers and documents and stuff I've got from the archives in various PDFs and everything on my computer. So yeah, that is kind of the collection of sources. Plus, of course, obviously for some videos, I just go to somebody who is an expert in that particular field and go, hey, you've got a book or something on this. Would you like to come and talk about it and your subject matter on the channel, which is where you get the interviews from? Because, yeah, I mean, I could spend 2.5 years researching a very specific field for one particular video, or I could get someone who's already done that to tell us about it. Trevor Norland asks, while in Southern California visiting the Midway, did anyone tell you to go to the Top Gun restaurant? No, they didn't actually. Stephen Richard says, what do you think about how that Titan was controlled by a Logitech games controller? That's not actually particularly terrible. There's an awful lot of stuff you'd be surprised is controlled in the military that's controlled by games controllers these days. Basically because lots of people who are in the military are very familiar with using games controllers. So obviously they use them. It's very ergonomic. The main difference is that most of the ones in the military are wired, because as anyone who actually owns a wireless game controller will know, the amount of things that can go wrong with the connections between a wireless game controller and your console is massively more than a wired one, at which point, yeah, wireless game controller is not something I would use to control a submarine that is under hundreds and hundreds of bars of pressure. The 4,633 Tears of Madness says, was the Oka Japanese suicide plane ever used to any effect? I believe they did launch them. I vaguely recall they may have hit something with them, but not much. So we are now at 11:30. So technically speaking, this should be the end of the stream. I'm just going to run a few quick questions and then wrap things up. Luke Lee, does lighting actually change on a warship under different battle conditions? And in general, how bright is the interior of a warship? Would it be more like Enterprise D or Voyager? I mean, not that I've been on warships for prolonged periods of time. I've been on warships while they've been in dock. But my general impression is warships generally are lit pretty much the same as any other place normally, pretty well lit. in battle conditions, it depends on the situation. Obviously, back in the day when optical spotting was much, much more important, lighting, kind of like what we've got at the moment, is much more important because red lighting theoretically doesn't travel as far, so it doesn't give you away as much if it spills out. And also, the theory runs that, excuse me, that the red lighting means that when you step out into the darkness, your night vision adjusts much, much quicker than it would to being compared to being very bright. And yeah, as Chris Shea is pointing out, obviously that's a nighttime issue. In during the daytime, there's no point in changing the light because it's bright outside anyway. Hirsch says, an Empyrean question here. Have you published any ship designs to the Steam Workshop? I've not got Empyrean, so no. Prime Month 359. Yeah, the Extra Histories episodes on the South Sea Company are amazing. I really liked Extra Histories back when they had a really nice, good narrator. I didn't really fancy the narrator after they changed it over. Personal preference. Luna Weasel says, do you think museum ship organisations could band together to buy their own floating dry dock to share? I mean, possibly. They're expensive, but collectively I'm sure museum ship organisations might be able to afford one. The bigger problem would be the mooring fees, where you're going to put it, who gets to use it when, and or the specialist crew to actually, you know, fix the ship once it's in the dry dock. Those things would be much more expensive and much more ongoing expenses than just buying the thing in the first place. Mikey B says, it occurred to me I know almost nothing about Soviet submariners' experience in the Second World War. Do you have any wisdom? Yeah, if you don't like suffering, don't be a Soviet submariner. I mean, there were a lot of them. A surprise, you know, the Soviet submarine efforts in World War II are relatively speaking unknown and not talked about very much, even though they were quite extensive. But their submarines were not very pleasant to be in. And they had a very, very high casualty rate. I mean, almost all submarine arms did, but yeah, being a Soviet submariner was not a recipe for a long life expectancy. And the Soviet submarine quality varied considerably, as you might imagine. They actually did have some relatively decent subs, but they were few and far between compared to some of the more mass-produced stuff, which, yeah, not really something you'd ever want to really get in. So yeah, I think at some point I will have to do a video about the Soviet submarine experience of World War II. It would be a very dark video, and I need to do a lot more research about it as well, because I've read a reasonable amount about it, but only enough to give you, you know, kind of some of their key achievements and the fact you really, really, really don't want to actually be in one. Are you tired yet? Yeah, kind of, actually. Considering I've also got to do a ton of more video recording, etc. tomorrow, which is going to be fun. Captain Seaford says, I was thinking about the ironclad HMS Vanguard, the one that got rammed by her sister ship in the mid-1870s and sank without loss of life. I mean, let me have a look at where that wreck can be found. So many vanguards. Oh, she's only 50 meters down. Masts were still visible. The wreck's 50 meters down, protected under the Irish National Monument Act. So, yeah, they're at that point they're not going to haul her up. But given that she's a Victorian ironclad in relatively shallow waters, it wouldn't surprise me that if she was capable of being raised. Victorian ironclads are insanely heavily built. As an engineer, I really love them. So yeah, if everyone could be persuaded, I'm pretty sure you could haul her to the surface and preserve her. Stephen Richards, is this the longest live dry dock? I have no idea. Primark 309. When will he raise the monthly price for dry dock questions? I don't know. I mean, I originally formatted that on the basis that I think that's the $5 Patreon tier. I formatted that on the basis that you know, if someone in a pub said, "Hey, look, I'll buy you a drink and you tell me about this thing," I'll be like, "Okay, fine." With regards to naval history, so that's kind of what it was, the principle it was based around. And it feels a bit dodgy to me to put the price up, to be perfectly honest. Did you ride any trains whilst you were in Australia? Yes, actually I did. They were surprisingly good. Actually, I thought the Australian trains were pretty decent. Yeah, I don't really mention the Patreon that much. I'm, you know, this is the thing. As I've said before, I like to try and run my channel as much as possible the way I would like other people to run their channel. And you know, I do get a little. I understand why people do it, and I understand that it does work to a certain degree. But personally, when you hear the please like, favorite, subscribe, support us on Patreon, blah 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 blah, all that standard spiel that you hear on, you know, a lot of people's videos, every single video, it personally does irritate me a little bit, because my attitude is, well, look, if I wanted to subscribe to you, if I wanted to support you on Patreon, etc., I would go and find out how to do that, and it's not that difficult to click subscribe. You don't need to tell me every single video. And I'm not going to become one of those. I say, I understand why people do it, and ostensibly in theory it would work better, but maybe once or twice I should say, I don't know, once a month, should be like, hey, you can support me on Patreon if you like. Because yeah, as I said, YouTube income is like 40% of what it was last year. Not in terms of viewership, just in terms of how much they give you per 1,000 views. So, you know, the channel is getting similar levels of views to what it was getting last year, maybe a little bit more, but it's not earning anywhere near as much. Primark 359. I use Alexa, so yes, you can change the wake word on Alexa to computer, which is now woken up. I don't know if you can do that with Google Home. How many RSJs did you fit to reinforce the floor in the end? 2, and even then, yeah, let's just say if you stand on certain parts of this floor, you can feel the tilt. It is slightly worrying. I mean, I'm looking around, because I say I have a bunch of books out there. I'm looking around going, what can I move elsewhere to bring those books in? At the moment, I'm thinking there is one narrow billy bookcase here that's got non-naval history books in it. I'm thinking I might have to move the contents of that to another room and then I can replace those with more naval history books. Because yeah, I am getting slightly nervous about adding substantially more weight to this place, because we are on the 2nd floor. That's why I had to bring Floppy up the stairs. Yeah, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't have enough space in the garden for a shed. If I put a shed in the garden, I basically wouldn't have a garden. I do have a garage, but that's full of other stuff, and it's not the best place for storing books, to be perfectly honest. Mr. Big, what are the turrets on top of the shelf at the back? Yeah, they are. The middle one is a 15-inch gun turret. The other two are sort of generic turrets, and they're all made from the brass of various ships. One of them is made from the brass of HMS Helgoland. Vincent Lavelle, are you coming back to the USA soon? USA soon, yes, in September, and that was discussed earlier in the stream. So in the interest of speed, because I'm trying to catch up quickly with questions before I go to sleep, I'll just say refer further back to that. Jakub Dziegas, I think. What's your favourite Polish ship? Toss up between Błyskawica and Piron. Yeah, I'm undecided. It changes on a day-to-day basis between those two. William Potts, if you still play World of Warships, what's your opinion on St. Vincent, and how do you think she would have done if she was built? St. Vincent is the L3, I think. Yeah, I think she's L3. It was one of the battle cruiser designs. Anyway, she's all right. I actually tend to weirdly do better in Duncan, which is G3. If St. Vincent was built, I mean, St. Vincent compared to other ships that were historically built is something of a monster. But of course, you know, if she had been built, then other ships similar to her would have been built as well. So it's difficult to say at that point how well she would have done, because there'd be a bunch of other ships that also, you know, never saw the light of day. But yes, in World of Warships, although I do like playing with St. Vincent, but I prefer Duncan. I seem to get better results in it for some strange reason. Gregory writes saying, Okas, that's the kamikaze rocket thing, sank a destroyer and badly damaged 2 others. Yeah, fair enough. It's about on par with what I would have thought. Show us the shirt today. It is... Oh, let me... It is the Hetzer's Gonna Hetz shirt. Back from when... Wargaming actually did really nice quality shirts. It's a bit disappointing. At Tankfest, they used to have shirts for sale and everything, and then I think like a year or two before COVID, they were having a clearance sale because they stopped their partnership with the company that produced them and moved over to other stuff, which is a shame, because a lot of the stuff that they had was, you know, as I say, their shirts are actually really comfy. And I mean, this thing's been around for 5 years. It's not really faded at all. So there were some really good quality shirts. Mr. Big, when is the next stream? Well, this stream was actually the one that was supposed to be at the beginning of June, but obviously I was in Australia for that, so I'm now only 1 month behind. So at some point, maybe in a couple of weeks, I'll have to do the one that should have been for the Patreon Drydocks that have just come out. Peanut8421, the duel between Jean Bart and USS Massachusetts was as one-sided as duels go. How would a 1v1 between Jean Bart and Massachusetts go if Jean Bart was fully operational? That would be a very interesting fight, actually. If Jean Bart had a fully operational armament, fully operational fire control, and was actually out and moving, a fight with Massachusetts would be a very close-run thing. I mean, in theory, yes, Massachusetts has 1 extra gun, and the 16-inch as opposed to 15-inch. But as we know from the actual fight, Massachusetts did have a problem with a number of its shells' fuses not working properly, and Jean Bart is the faster vessel, and of course can bring all her guns to bear on a direct bearing. Massachusetts has to present a bit more of a target. The Richelieus were a pretty decent design, so I would say if Jean Bart was fully operational and Massachusetts was facing off against her sort of live, but 1v1 for whatever reason, ostensibly it would be a coin toss. In practice, obviously the South Dakota class Massachusetts had a bit more in the form of electronic capability, radar and so forth, so that might give her a bit of an edge, but it would be a really, really close fight. Trevor Norland, when you were in California, did you find the USS Iowa has good enough information on the main battery explosion and its following controversy? Yes, in fact, in my recommended viewing playlist, there's a video from the Battleship Iowa channel covering the Turret 2 explosion. They've done the investigation. The US Navy's done the investigation. They've summarized it pretty well. I don't think there's any point or benefit in me doing it when, it's been done. And by people far closer connected to the ship than me. Oh, and everything. Yes, Fleet of Oceans has come back to discover I'm still going. Right, okay. So, last few... Jeff Bybee, do you have a public mail address? I don't have a public postal address. There is a postal address available on request via email. There is a public email address if you go to the channel page on YouTube and then go to About. There is an email address that you can send things to. What are RSJs? They're steel joists, reinforced steel joists. So basically, when the wood of the house frame starts to bend and creak ominously, you put a big steel beam in there to give it more strength. Megascrow says, "What about a basement for the library?" The problem with that in this area, I mean, in theory, actually, British planning law does allow you to build basements quite easily. Relatively minimal planning requirements. The big problem in the area I live in is that there is about a foot or two of topsoil, and then you're down to chalk. So digging a basement is less digging, it's more quarrying. So, yeah. Digging a basement would be an industrial undertaking round here. Might be a fun thing to do, but also very expensive. And yeah, you have to do it right because, again, while I was working as an engineer in various local authorities, I did come across several instances where people started getting basements dug by people of somewhat shady reputation, and they ended up either dumping their own house on their own heads or someone else's house into the hole because it wasn't appropriately propped. Albeit, to be fair, that was down in Barnes where it's all Thames alluvial soil, so the ground is somewhat less stable. I suspect the near solid limestone and chalk we're sitting on around here is probably a bit more stable, but still, that's a lot of money you'd have to save up to do. Mr. Big, are you familiar with the website ShipBucket? Yes, I am. Jonathan Troswell, yeah. Some research and resource books are really difficult to get hold of. That's why I got, for example, Russian and Soviet battleships republished so that more people could have access to it. It is a bit of a fraught field. As I mentioned in the Preserving Naval History Friday video I did, I am trying, when time allows, to digitize and upload the older books that I know are out of copyright. So, but that's a long ongoing process. But we'll see. We'll see. As thing is, once a book's like over 100 years old, I know it's pretty much out of copyright, so I can do that. Whereas obviously a lot of the other stuff around here is much more recent, and yeah, there's no justification for basically stealing that. Melanie 16040. I do actually have clothes back from when I was 16 to 18 years old that still fit, which I'm quite proud of. And there's, I mean, one or two of them have died through just sheer hard wear, but you know, considering that the ones that are still around have been going for almost 2 decades, that's pretty good going. And no, I'm not. Hang on, how old am I? I was going to say I'm not in my late 30s. Am I in my late 30s? That's a good question. I've forgotten how old I am. I actually need to work out how old I am. This is a little embarrassing. Oh, okay. I am actually, theoretically, now in my late 30s. I did not realise that. Now I feel old. Bishop Star says, why are they called I-beams and not H-beams? Basically because most of the time when they're installed in a way that looks like a capital I in cross-section. Matt Kervin says, hello from the Silver Sides. Hello! Fleet of Oceans, I've got one more question for you. If you've got red lights, would that not mean you could do a credible reenactment of Battlestar Galactica's bridge? Yeah, if I had all the bits for Battlestar Galactica's bridge. I could do a battle library. William Potts, how many ships does Captain Darcy have in port? No idea. Tian Wong says, did the Japanese stand any chance of winning the naval battle of Guadalcanal if Yamato and Nagato substituted for Hiei and Haruna? I think it's Hiei and Kirishima, but nonetheless, quite potentially. I mean, if Yamato was in place of Hiei, I suspect she would have taken a heck of a lot more of a battering without substantially being impaired. Yeah, what a Yamato would do in that battle is rather worrying to contemplate. So yes, they probably could have come off the winners if they did. Tian Wong Barnes, Southwest London. Yes, because I used to work for Richmond Borough Council and in one of my previous engineering jobs, and one of the areas they covered was, and still is, Barnes on the Thames Riverside in Southwest London. Trevor Nolan, HP or salad cream? HP sauce if I have to, because salad cream is horrible. Melanie 1604, I was saying, I was thinking Wargaming made the shirts significantly longer than 5 years ago. They did, but I ended up grabbing it. I think I got this one either on the year before they stopped selling them or in their final sale. I think we're almost there. Da, 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 da. Lunar Weasel, have you considered installing a porthole somewhere in your house? I have. The problem is that would involve drilling a very large hole in the wall. Which I don't really want to do. It's the same thing for actually installing air conditioning in this room. I'd have to drill a massive great hole in the wall, and I really can't be bothered. It would be far too difficult. No, I have actually caught up with the chat, which is just as well. Fleet, that'll have to be a story for another day, because yeah, it's now gone midnight, so I think it's time to wrap this up. Actually, that's not a bad shout. Actually, if I ever have to replace the front door, I should replace it with one that has a porthole on it. Nathan Graham, yeah, I tend to agree. Maps showing fleet maneuvers are usually really confusing, but unfortunately, up until recently, that's pretty much all I've had to go on. Now I do have access to some 3D models and some physical models, so perhaps in the future I can use those, although I will have to engage the services of a guy who does 3D modeling and 3D rendering, because, again, in theory, I know the process behind 3D modeling and 3D rendering. I actually did a lot of lightwave 3D stuff back when I was younger, but yeah, for some reason, me and Blender just do not get on. Matt Kervin says, they're requesting we set a day up for you to see Silver Sides and start up one or two of Fairbanks' engines on one of your US tours. Yeah, that would be great. So I guess I'm adding Silver Sides to my tour list for September. If you can drop me an email, I'm obviously not going to answer it now because I'm going to go to sleep, but I will try and answer it in the next 24 hours or so. Oh well, there you go. I guess Silver Sides is going to be on my tour list in the States. I'll have to somehow work that out. Right, so that, I think, is that. It's now 2 minutes past midnight. I need to go to sleep. Floppy will be wondering where I've gone. Mrs. Drack knows where I am, so she's probably not so concerned. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in, and hope this was entertaining for everybody. And I shall be back hard at work making more videos for you in about 8 hours' time. And yeah, we shall see you all in another video at some point. Toodles!